Alright, so let's get started with a couple of basics. So Serum is a plugin that can be used inside of different digital audio workstations, for example like this one, Ableton, or also inside of Cubase, Logic Audio, FL Studio and so on. And it works in all of those DAWs. It also works on Mac and Windows. And on Mac you could also load it up as audio unit, but we're going to use it as VST here because then every step is the same for Windows and Mac. So go to your plugins and search for Serum and pick it out of your VST. And of course I'm assuming you have a version of Serum installed and running on your system. And in the first step, now we pick it out here and drag it onto one of our MIDI channels. So I'm dragging it onto this first MIDI channel here, and now it's loading up in the init patch, and it will use this init patch to play back the MIDI note information that is being loaded up on the MIDI track. So in order to get sound out of your synthesizer, you need MIDI input. You could also hit on your keyboard. So if we go back and we arm the MIDI track here, we could also hit on our keyboard. Or we just play back a MIDI clip like this one. So now we have these notes as input for this VST synthesizer plugin, and it will play back whatever the notes are telling it to do. Now let's quickly talk about the very basics of the interface. So up here we have 4 sections, and this is our default view. And up here you can see you can load and save so-called presets. Presets are predetermined sounds that you can load up and save for your synthesizer. And if you go into this area here, you have a couple of preset libraries showing up by default. So for example, you could go into a folder called Plucked and just take one of those Pluck Sounds and load it up, and it will load those up here in Serum. You could also load up other things, like I'm going to load up some of mine, for example, here. Maybe a Pluck Sound, like that one. And you see, it's a predetermined sound. And now I could also save this again in my plugin folder if I change something on the sound or if I tweak something. When I'm not sure where my plugin folder is actually located, I can go to Menu and tell it to show Serum presets folder in my system. So it would load up the Explorer or the Finder on Mac or whatever you're using. We have a browser for our presets. And you can see there's a list of presets installed on our system, and we can browse through by categories or by name or whatever. And if we're finished, we can close it here and go back into this overview of our synth. So we assume you have Serum running, you know how to load it up on a MIDI track in one of your DAWs, like Logic and Cubase and so on, and you know how to find and save presets by now. And now in the next steps, we will learn how to use it for sound design and how all these sections here actually work. So let's go on. All right, so let's get started. Now we are in Ableton and Serum is placed on a MIDI track here. And let's quickly see if we have sound. So I'm playing it. Okay, great, we have sound. And what we hear, what we are listening to is the initial sound of Serum. It loads up with that sound. It's called init patch. You can actually see that up here. Now, let's take a look at the general interface of this synthesizer and start with this page here where we see all those waveforms and knobs and all that. And let's quickly start at the upper left. So next to our Serum logo, we have 4 tabs. The first one is the Oscillator tab, showing us exactly this page of the plugin. And next to it, we have an Effects tab. Next to that, we have the Matrix tab, which is showing a couple of controls. next to that one, we have the global tab with a bit more preferences. But let's start with the Oscillator tab and see what we have here. The first thing we want to talk about is our Oscillator A, this one here. It's active right now and it's actually the one playing stuff at the moment. Let me quickly toggle this button here, which is actually the enabler. And if I take it off, we shouldn't have any sound. Let's see if that's true. You see nothing's happening. If I activate it, we have sound. So this is basically the source of our sound, Oscillator A. And it has a lot of controls and knobs for manipulation of the sound. And next to it, we have our Oscillator B, which is deactivated at the moment. And it's an exact copy of the first oscillator. It has exactly the same capabilities. So we have two of those guys for generating sound. Left hand to Oscillator A, we have a so-called sub-oscillator, which is just another sound generator. Well, the plan is to use it for lower frequencies and bass, but generally you use it to generate sound as well. And below that one, we have another sound generator called noise, where we can add in noises and stuff like that. And we will talk about that a bit later. But you have 4 options to play together or one at a time or in whatever combination. We have 4 options to generate sound in Serum. On the right to Oscillator B, we have our first filter section where we can shape and manipulate the sound we just generated. So if I quickly hit this toggle and enable the filter, what happens is it somehow takes higher frequencies off and thereby shapes the sound. Below all that, down here, like in the lower part of the entire plugin interface, we have our modulation curves. So what is a modulation curve? It's basically information for changing different sounds over time. For example, you could modulate a filter cutoff, which is this button here. We just heard it in action, and let's quickly modulate it to see what happens. So this is basically changing the character of a sound over time. And now I did it with my mouse, but we could also do it with such a shape here over time. So this is called modulation. And we have many options for that down here. Below that, we have a keyboard. I can also click on it and play those sounds, but you can also do that with your keyboard on the computer, for example, or a MIDI keyboard. So let's go to the second tab next to the Oscillator tab here, where we have more effects. Speaking in terms of a signal flow, we start our initial signal here, and then it moves to the right, where we have our filter, and then overall the movement continues and we go into our effect section. So this is following the first tab. Everything that happens here in the effect section is coming behind the first oscillator section. So here we have 10 effects to manipulate and shape the sound even further. For example, hyper dimension, and we can, if we click here, we can actually activate those effects and also move them around. We will go into further detail a bit later. I can also activate another filter here, for example, which is working quite the same way as the filter in the Oscillator tab. Anyways, you have a lot of effects here in the effect section. And if we move on to the matrix section, you will see we have, it looks like a table more or less. And whenever we are assigning something like such a shape to one of our knobs in the Oscillator tab, it will make an entry here in one of those lines. And you will also be able to change those settings here. But that's a bit more advanced and we will take a look at it in detail later. Okay, let's move over to the global tab. And here we have many preferences for general preferences, oscillators, unison, and specific chaos knobs and stuff like that. We can also read our Serum version and when it was created here. And we will talk about those specifics in later videos. Up here we have our master knob controlling the output gain or volume or amplitude of our synth. If I go back to the oscillator tab and I play the sound, so this is our main volume control. And next to it here we have our menu. It's a drop-down menu where you can read the manual. If you have questions, you can always look for it. It's actually offline available here. And also load sounds or reset the sound to the init sound like this one here. And do a couple of other things down here we will talk about later. And if I unclick it, it disappears. And next to that, we have our browser. So if you take a look at the browser, you can actually load sounds. For example, let me load the first sound here, saw pad. And it's a predefined or pre-set up sound. And it looks like this. Let's quickly play it. And with those controls next to it, we can actually browse through the list of sounds. So if I go to the right, it's loading up sound number 2. And number 3. And so on. We are just walking down the list here. Okay. If I go to the menu, as we saw before, we can load the init preset and go back to the initial state of the synthesizer. And there are actually 2 ways to load your presets or your sounds. You can also click into this area where you have the name of your sound and it will drop down a list of those factory presets that come with Serum. And there's also a user library down here. But you also have those factory presets where you can, for example, load up a pad. This one, and if we play it, and we can use this selector to browse through those lists. So in the next part, we are going to take a look at the oscillators. All right, so let's go on with the init patch and take a closer look at oscillator A. This is our on-off toggle here. So no sound without the toggle. And activated, we have sound. This is our wave form. It's a saw wave in this case. And if we click into it, we see the 3D version of it. We will talk about this in the chapter Wavetables. Click again, 2D. And above it, we have octave, semitones, fine, and coarse. These are pitch controls, so we can control the pitch of this wave form. And let me put it up 1 octave by dragging the mouse up, holding it, dragging it up, plus 1 octave. 1 down. Back to 0. Actually, you can also hold Command and click on Mac and Control on Windows to set it back to its initial value. This is our semitones. Let's play around with those while playing the sound. And next to it we have fine controls, steps that are even smaller than semitones. You can go up 1 semitone and you can walk down a semitone. So the range, the overall range is 1 whole note. And if we hold Command and click again, we can set it back to 0. And this 4th control here is the coarse pitch. And that one can be used for like extreme pitch scenarios. If I drag it up and down, So it can be used for nice pitchy effects. Well, over here you're selecting your different wavetables. We will take a closer look at that in a minute. Down here we have unison controls and phase and rand and wavetable position and all that, but let's just start with pan and level down here, which are basic controls you have on any synth and also inside of your audio workstation. For example, here's your level and here's your pan for this track, and we also have it inside of Serum. Okay, so these are the basic controls for this oscillator, and actually Oscillator B is an exact copy of Oscillator A, so it works exactly the same way. And for example, if we activate this one and pan this one to the right and this one to the left and sort of tell this oscillator to play one octave higher, we're getting this weird left-right mix of sound. Okay, and it's also nice for mix, like those level controls can be used for mixing those different sounds together. So now it sounds more like in this octave here, and if we take down the level here and up a bit more on this one, it changes to the higher octave in the perception. And in the next video, we are going to take a closer look at those wave tables here and those wavetable controls down here. All right, so let's take a look at wavetables. And if we go back to Oscillator A, I'm switching off Oscillator B for now. And sometimes you see this little tooltip here on your oscillator. And if you go to Global, you can show help tooltips and also deactivate them. I'm going to deactivate them for now. I'm going back to Oscillator. And let's take a look at Oscillator A. Right here on top, right now it says Custom. And if we click into this field, we are getting a drop-down menu showing us analog, digital, and you probably won't have these four wavetable selectors here because they're imported massive wavetables. But if we go to analog, for example, and select the basic shapes, everybody should have that one. What we are getting is a sine wave here. And if I click into this window where it shows single waveform right now, and I click into it, we have a 3D representation of the entire wavetable. And as you can see, this wavetable contains several waveforms. So it has a collection of audio inside, if you will. And now we can scan through this wavetable with the wavetable position knob. So if I'm going up, you see at a certain point it will switch to the next waveform inside of the wavetable. And if we go back to the 2D representation, we can actually see this process happening stepwise. And if we go back to this sine wave here, it actually starts here and finishes here, and then it starts over again. So this is how you generate sound. You're playing this wave, and then you end up in the middle, and you start again in the middle, as you can see here. And those single wave forms are actually audio files in one of the program folders of Serum. So this is really a wavetable synthesizer. It's using those audio files to generate more sound. And if we were to take a look at this actual audio file, I've placed the wave file here on this audio track, and you can see it's exactly the same shape, and we are playing it just one time, so it's a very short sample. And so I went ahead and made a looped version of it, which you can see here. We are playing it back and forth. And if we now solo this track and play this part, we're getting this low rumbling. And if I play it faster, so increase the BPM in Ableton here with my mouse, it will pitch up. So let's stay at 120. And this is actually how a synthesizer like Serum is working. It takes this audio information as input information for the sound generating process. So if we go back into Serum now and we solo the track of Serum, we can play back this sine wave here. I'm hitting some notes on my keyboard. And now, as we saw before, we can switch through the wavetable with the wavetable position knob. And if we click here, we have the 3D representation. And let's play around with the wavetable knob and play those waves. So if we start at the beginning and we try to name all those basic shapes, this is our sine wave. And the next one we are loading up here is a saw wave. So it's just going down like a saw. And then it starts on top again. And if we go on and take a look at the next one, this is the so-called triangle wave because it has those triangles here, up and down. This is how a triangle wave would sound. If we go on, we have the square wave. Let's listen to the sound of a square wave. And you see we are clipping a little bit. We could reduce the master level here. And let's go on. You can call this one, for example, pulse wave. It's just a different kind of square wave because like the square is starting earlier here, for example. And you notice a bit different character in the sound. If we go back. And if we go on to the next one, this one is yet another pulse wave or square wave type. So it's getting a bit more into the upper harmonics. And if we go on to the next one, we also have another special form of a saw wave here. And if we take a look at this one, it's sort of looking like a mix of a square and a saw wave. And if we play it, it sounds a bit like a mixture between those two types. And if we go on, we are finished. So this is our last wave form in this wave table. Now in this specific wavetable here, you can see we have those steps between those several waveforms. Now you could also imagine a wavetable where you have a seamless morphing between different waveforms. And if we load up one of those digital wavetables here, for example, the dirty saw, you can see it actually has a seamless movement through different waveforms. And if we go back to the 2D representation and we are playing around, you see how it's seamlessly moving over the wavetable. So this is a very interesting feature and a cool feature in Serum. You can actually see all this and then play around and get movement into your oscillator sound with the wavetable position knob. So if we are talking about wavetables, this is exactly what we are talking about here. And if we're talking about waveforms, it's just single waveforms, just one of those. And you can fit 256 of those single waveforms into one of the wavetables in Serum. So there's a lot of space there, and actually in here, in that one, we have them all filled up to the end. So if we go through the wavetable position, you can actually see this value here. And in the end, we are at 256. And in the beginning, we're starting with number 1. So this is a nice Serum typical wavetable. And as you might have guessed already, like this yellow line always shows you the currently selected waveform out of the wavetable. And if you don't put any movement into your position knob, like with LFO, which we will talk about later, for example, or something that modulates or changes this value over time, if you don't do that, you will always only play this specific one shape out of your wavetable. Now let's take a quick example where those moving wavetables could be used, those positions. I'm loading up this MIDI here for dubstep sort of bass pattern, and let's put Serum up here. I have this patch loaded up, and you can see we have two three-dimensional fully equipped wavetables here. And we are using this first LFO, which we will talk about later, to control the movement of those wavetable positions. We are also controlling movements of other knobs, but let's just focus on those two wavetable position knobs and play it back. So you see, we are automatically moving through the wavetable mid parts here. We are not entirely moving from start to finish, but somewhere in here, and we're doing the same thing here, and we're getting this wow wow effect with that. So it's getting a bit more interesting in the sound. And if we change into the two-dimensional representation, you can see how these waves are affected. And you can also bypass this modulator. Don't worry too much about it, we will talk about it, but it's actually like turning off the movement inside of the wavetable. Basically, you're getting this wow wow effect in there, and this is, for example, quite useful with moving wavetables. Alright, so let's talk about Unison, and I'm setting Serum back to the init preset so you can follow along perfectly. We're playing this Pluck Sound here in the background. And we have this Unison value here, and this is basically the number of voices we are playing with this oscillator. Right now we are only playing one voice. If I increase it to 2, 3, 4, you can see how more and more voices get added in. And the maximum amount of voices is 16. And you can see it's turning red slightly because more voices is also standing for more CPU usage. So if we compare 16 and take a look at our CPU meter up here. And I'm going back to 1. You see, I was at 2% with one voice, and at 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or something with 16 voices. And if we go back to 16, and you look down here, you see a 64. Why is there a 64? Because we are playing 4 notes in our chord. So we are playing 16 times 4. 64. So these are the number of voices that are being played when we use Unison in that way. If we go back to just playing one voice, that would be playing one voice 4 times. We should see a 4 down here. So if we add in voices, the sound is getting richer and fuller, and the magic number mostly is 7. So 7 voices. And now we have this detune knob here, which if we click on it, we already see those 7 voices, and the middle one is pointed out in yellow, showing us this is our center of the sound, and this is the only one playing the exact pitch of the notes at the moment. So if we are playing around with this, we are moving the pitch of all the other voices a bit up and down, left and right from the initial pitch of our initial note. If we move it to the left, we are moving closer to the initial note until we are only playing this one note with all our voices. Let's play around and listen to how it sounds. So you notice if we go far to the right, we are getting so much off with our additional voices that we are one semitone or even more than one semitone off the initial sound, and then it's getting crooked. So with this knob, you can basically decide how much detuning you want to apply, and if you want to apply it for trance leads or something like that, you would do a bit more. And for more clear sound, less cloudy, you're moving it to the left and you're applying a bit less. Now on the right to the detuning knob, we have the second control for the Unison, which is the blend knob. And this one shows us a mix and match between the initial pitch of our notes that are being played and the detuned additional voices. So if I put those voices out a little bit with the detuning knob, and now I go into the blend knob and play around with that one. So with our blend knob, we can decide how much of the detuning effect we actually want to emphasize on. And this also, of course, can be automated inside of a track. I'm putting it all the way up if I totally want to emphasize on a detuning, and I'm going down like this if I want to keep the center and then like the main pitch of my note. Okay, and if we hit Command or Control, click, we are setting it back to the init value, and that is this one for the blend and the center for the detuning knob. So next to the detune blend knob, we have a phase knob, and if we are playing around with that, we see this yellow bar moving through our waveform. And this is actually just setting the starting point. So where are we starting to play back our waveform? If we are starting here, we're starting in the in the middle of the phase. And if we are starting right here, we are starting at a more extreme value of our phase of our speakers, so to speak. So this is just setting the starting point, and sometimes you might have a waveform that has some kind of crackling or something, and you don't want to always start on the crack, and then you can make sure you're starting at some smoother part or something. The phase knob here decides on the starting point inside of your wavetable, and to its right we have this random knob, and the init value of the random knob is all the way to the right. If you click Control and left click on this knob, it's on the right. So this is actually the range of an area where we want to start playing back this waveform. So let's play around with that and see how it sounds. Notice how we are getting this laser type effect when we put the randomizer on, like no variability in the starting range at all. So right now, all those 7 Unison voices are playing exactly from the same starting point, and that's creating some sort of laser effect. Don't worry too much about it if you're not completely following along. This is an issue called phasing and will be talked about later and also in our mixing course. Just a rule of thumb would be, if this is really close to 0, it sounds pretty much like laser, and that's probably also why by default Steve Duda put this one to all the way up. So if you're wondering when would I actually use this randomize effect, you're probably right, and in most of the cases you would just leave it where it is. But if you're looking for some type of laser or phasing effects, that's what you can do. You can move it more to the center, and then you're achieving that effect. Or in the other case, maybe sometimes you're loading up a sound and it sounds sort of phase-ish and laser-ish, and you're wondering what's going on, take a look. Maybe your rand knob is just selecting a range that's too tiny to really differentiate several voices, and you're getting this phasing effect because they're all stacked up and laying on top of each other. So in that case, you just turn it up to all the way and you're good to go. So we are using Unison and detuning a lot when we are looking for getting a more richer and fuller and denser sound, and also if we have some very clear sounds and we sort of want to cloud them out a little bit and make them a bit more blurry and you know, wider. So this is a pretty good control for that effect. Alright, so let's wrap this up, and just a side note, later we are going to take a closer look at the Globals tab, and actually inside of the Globals tab we have another section about Unison where we can control more values for those Unison controls, for example the range, but we don't want to go too much into detail here. Actually, let's go to the next part. Alright, so in this part we are taking a look at those two sections next to our oscillator A. We have sub here and we have noise below. Let's start with sub. Loaded up on our MIDI track, we have a future house bass pattern, and I'm going to play it. And if we go back into Serum, what we see is those two oscillators are playing those wavetables here. And they are playing it at 1 octave lower than normal, if you will. Now, for our taste, this bass is not powerful enough in the sub frequencies, and that's when we use the sub oscillator here. And if we activate that one to play along, we are getting a sine wave assigned by default, and we are at octave 0 at the moment. So what we expect is this one at the moment to be playing 1 octave higher than oscillator A and B. So this is not what we're looking for, but let's go down 2 octaves with our sub oscillator and play back again. We should be below A and B now. Make sure to listen on headphones or good monitor speakers here, as we are talking about sub-frequencies. And let's see what it actually does by turning off A and B and only listening to the sub. So it's a lower sound. And actually what we hear now is a bit of clicking and blippiness to the sound. And that's because our sub oscillator is also being treated by effects and filters behind the sound generation. We will talk about these ones later, but a lot of times you might be interested in playing a clear sub below everything else, and this is when this direct out button here comes in handy. You can just click it and then it will always take the sub oscillator and directly route it to the master without any further treatment, so no effects or anything applied on top of it. Just a clear sub signal. Well, if you take a closer look at the other waveforms available here, let's click on the second one. It also looks like a sine wave. It's just basically a sine wave with a bit more upper harmonics, so it has a bit more higher frequencies to it, and it cuts a bit better through your higher frequencies and through your mix. And next to it you have a triangle wave. Well, always be sure to listen on good speakers or headphones, or if you're not able to hear anything right now, we can also go into the 0 octave. Saw wave, square wave, and another form of our pulsy square wave here. So usually you're using sine waves or those treated sine waves for your sub oscillators. So let's put them back in here and play those two upper oscillators along. Alright, so let's take a look at this noise section here, and again we are playing our chord with the init patch. And if I activate the noise section now, it loads up AC Hum 1 by default, and if we click here we are getting a drop down of several noise sounds that have already been loaded into Serum. And let's take a look at one of those attacks kick here, for example, and we'll select maybe the third one. We can also browse through them here and quickly take off oscillator A for a second. And let's play this one. Interesting. So we are getting this weird kind of noise here. And if we take a look below the noise, we have this activator here telling us if we are wanting to play it in one shot or in loop mode. By default, we are playing it in loop mode. And if I activate one shot, it will only play that thing one time and then stop. Because this is our actual noise. I'm taking up the noise level a little bit here. And I can also hit on my keyboard now. You can see that down here. So we have the same sound at the moment. If we activate this keyboard following thing, it's the note trigger. It will actually follow those different pitches as well. And if we go up, it will pitch that sample accordingly. This is the MIDI note trigger, and this is the one-shot mode. Okay, let's select a different sound here. Let's go to Attacks MISC and select glass number 3, for example, that sound, and hit a note on our keyboard. That one actually has some kind of note to it. We have this pitch knob here. So if we are not happy with the init pitch of our sound, we can pitch it up accordingly to everything else we are playing. So let's actually play oscillator A again together with the noise. So now we have the noise playing along with the oscillator, and we can adjust the pitch of this noise accordingly. Now let's play around with that. Okay, so this pitch knob here works in semitones, and actually if you go back to your global tab here, you will find a fine-tuning section. That one here, and in here you can fine-tune your pitching of the noise if you're not happy with that one down here or you need it in tinier increments. Okay, next to that one you will find the typical panning and the level knobs. Here you can just put it to the left and the right and hit Command, mouse click and put it back to the init value. So I just put in this noise example Pluck Sound here, and we still have this glass lid sound in our noise section loaded up. And let's play that one. Take it off. So there's a nice application of this noise oscillator here. You're adding in this little attacky part. And now those last two knobs up here, phase and random, work exactly the same way they work here. You're setting a starting point inside of your sample with phase, and you're selecting the area where you're randomizing your sample start from. But usually you probably wouldn't even do that all the time with your noise, so we set it down to 0 by default, and the phase is also down to the beginning of the sample by default, so these are actually good options for noise. Now you see the mixture between the noise and the other two oscillators. So there's a nice sound design tool available here. And also a cool thing is you can actually load in your own samples here. For example, pick up some percussive sound from a sample pack or something, like this one, and you just drag and drop it into Serum. And you see there it is, one percussive sound. Now it's very low. Actually, if we listen to it in solo. So all these things are possible, and actually if you drag in a sample like this and then you save your preset, it will save that sample just with your preset. So you load it up next time, it's already in there. All right, let's take a look at this voicing section down here. And right now we are still playing this chord pattern. If I'm loading the MIDI, we can actually see it below here. And you can see we have this voicing tab here and we have those numbers here, and let's play it. And it says 4 when we play it, because we are playing one voice with oscillator A at the moment and nothing else is being played. Oscillator B is off, sub is off, noise is off. So we are playing one voice and we are playing 4 notes in our chord, and this is how we are playing overall 4 voices. Now we have this poly control down here, and that one determines how many notes we are playing with one voice. So if I'm going down to 2 with that one, it will only select 2 notes of the chord and play them back. Those 2. If I select 3, we're playing those 3. And if I select 4, we're playing all of them. And by default, it's up at 8. And this is probably a measure to save your CPU, because Serum is also sometimes a CPU heavy synthesizer, and it's just to make sure not too many things are playing at a time and buffering up your CPU. Now, next to the poly section here, we have mono. So let's click mono and see what happens. So even if we are playing a chord here with the MIDI, it now only selects one note out of the chord. And which one did it select? The upper one. So this mono mode is very handy when you want to play bass or when you want to play lead sounds. Also, we have a Portamento mode down here. And let's just pull this thing up and see what happens. So what happens is we are getting this glide effect here at the beginning of our note. And that one is getting even more interesting when we are playing a slightly different pattern. For example, take a look at this one here. No Portamento. Mono off. Now we hear those tiny bits of overlaps between those notes. If we put it into mono, it sort of stops that note as soon as the other one is starting to play. And when we use Portamento now, we're getting a glide effect in there. So this is pretty handy for lead sounds and stuff like that. And next to it we have this scaled. So you see, with this overlap, the mono active and the Portamento up, we are getting those glides between overlapping notes. Now if we take those upper notes and shorten them so there are no overlaps left, it's pausing and you don't notice that Portamento effect too much, but if you put on always, you still have this Portamento at the beginning of the note, more clearly noticeable. It still tries to make this way up here even if there's no overlap. So this is what always is used for. And next to it we have this scale toggle here. Let's activate it, and this curve down here determines how much we want to apply the effect. So let's play around with that. And that one can be potentially useful for melodic leads where you wish there was a less noticeable Portamento between those notes and steps here. And you might want to apply this scaled mode here when playing on your piano and playing quick intervals, and you want to play around with the application of the Portamento on those intervals. Okay, now another application of the Portamento that always sounds really nice is on a bass sound that's supposed to glide a little bit. So we are playing this MIDI pattern here. And you see we have this bass sound loaded up here with a bit of a sob and a square wave in our first oscillator and a bit more other stuff in the second one. But we are putting it into mono voicing mode, so we are only playing one note at a time. And also we can now play around with the Portamento down here. Okay, so now loading up a gliding bass preset sound here, where we are playing a bit of a sob and a bit of a basic shape square wave here and a bit of a filter on top. What is a filter? We will talk about that in one of the next sections. Now take a look at the voicing tab again down here, and we see we are playing this pattern. Let's play it. And we have this nice gliding bass sound. And if we play around with the Portamento while playing it, now you can really see how this gliding works. So whatever you're looking for, you can take even longer gliding times or those a bit shorter ones here that always sound really nice. So that's one possible application of the gliding in Portamento mode, and you can also use it on lead sounds, or as well you could go back to an init preset, for example, and then apply it on a pluck chord structure, for example. Let me quickly throw a filter on top of it just to have it less prominent in the higher frequencies, and now play around with the Portamento. Where you have the attack of every note a little bit pitched up. And that could also add an interesting edge to your specific sounds. So very creative feature in the end. So let's go on to the next section. Okay, so let's move over to the next fun part here. This is the filter section in Serum, and now it's getting very interesting. We have the init patch playing again. So init preset, we have our saw wave playing out here. And let's actually put in like 3 voices or something. And detune them to say 10 o'clock or something. And now let's activate the toggle of our filter here. And by default, it's loading up the MG Low 12, which is a Moog low pass filter, because we are passing through all the audio in the lower frequencies below the cutoff, and we're cutting off the higher frequencies. And this value 12 refers to the steepness of this cutoff curve here. For example, if I were to select a 18, it's getting steeper. If I'm selecting 24, it's getting even steeper. Let's listen. So the cutoff is harsher with higher values here. And if we go to 6, we are letting through a lot more high frequencies. Now, this is the basic function of this filter, and we have many filter types to select from here. We will take a look at them in a minute. So first, we have to point out that when activating A, B, and stuff like that, we can select if we want oscillator A to run through the filter or not. So first, we start with the oscillator, and then the signals getting sent into the filter, and whenever it's active here, we are applying the filter on the sound. So we could also put the same oscillator B up here and not apply it in the filter. And now we still have high frequencies playing. If we send this one to the filter as well, they should be cut off again. And that's exactly what happens. So I'm taking that one off again. And the same is happening with noise. So this part here, and sub, this part here. If we have a sub oscillator and we want to run it through our filter, we need to activate it here. If we have noise and we want to run it through the filter, we are activating it here. Just put in some slightly AC hum one. So that's pretty straightforward. Let's take them all off again and put this one off and remain at oscillator A and go through those filter functionalities now. So this first knob here is our cutoff. So at what frequency are we cutting off everything that's passing through? A very common effect and heavily used in music. And this resonance knob here emphasizes on the frequency right before the cutoff. So you're also getting this wah-wah effect with the resonance, and you can move it up and down here. And we also have a panning knob, but that one works a little different from this one here. It actually works more like a stereo effect. So let's play around with it. So you notice you still have something on your left ear even if you're putting it to the right. And it actually doesn't say pan. If you hover over it, it says filter stereo because it's still a stereo effect. And by clicking Command mouse click or Control mouse click on Windows, you set it back to the default value. Now below, you also have this drive knob, and that one is basically a little bit of saturation before applying the filter. So we're taking the signal, we're beefing it up a bit with the drive, and then we're sending it into the filter. Our fat knob here, this one, is a bit variable. Sometimes when you switch to other filter types, it might change into a different kind of thing, for example, frequency. So right now, it's sort of a gain control inside of your filter. And next to it, on the right, we have the mix knob, which is basically a dry wet, or how much of the filter effect do we actually want to apply. We can mix and match it with our initial sound source. So all the way to the left, we are not applying any filtering. And as the more we apply it, the less of the high end of the sound is audible. So let's play around with that again. That's also a nice effect for creative songwriting. Sometimes you want to bring in a filter section and then you can just mix it in here. And actually, not that obvious, but if you click on mix, it turns to level, and it's basically a gain control for your filter section. And why is that useful? Because sometimes you would play an oscillator without running it through the filter, and another one running through the filter, and maybe you want to adjust the levels for the one that runs through the filter compared to the other one, so you have levels here, and you can easily mix those sounds together or layer them. Also, we have this key trigger down here, and let's activate it. And let's take down the cutoff a little bit before going on, and let's play it. So the key trigger is a function that tries to emphasize the resonance and cutoff of your filter at a point where the pitch of the filtered output is very close or the same to your initial note that was playing. So because sometimes you could imagine playing an A, for example, with your oscillator and then going to a frequency in your filter that emphasizes on a bit of a different pitch. And if you have a very, very specific filter sound cutting through at a very specific frequency, that one might interfere with your initial pitch, and then you get odd harmonics or something. In order to get even harmonics, you can activate the key trigger down here. So if we want to illustrate that just playing notes on our keyboard, let's put up the cutoff, activate the key trigger again and play a couple of notes on the keyboard. Take the cutoff down a little bit. You see how the filter moves up slightly with all those notes we are playing after one another. So it's just trying to stay at a frequency that matches the note or pitch of the note we are playing. So it moves around with the MIDI input, basically. Okay, let's take it off because we don't need it right now and take a closer look at the filter options here in the drop-down. Okay, so let's take a closer look at our filter types available. And the first set in normal is a Moog low pass filter set. So right now we have low 12 selected, and as mentioned before, this is the steepness of this curve, and the low pass filter lets all the low frequencies through and cuts off the high frequencies. So we can illustrate it with the cutoff here. And if we select a steeper curve, we're cutting off even more. Okay, and below this set of low pass filters, we have another set of different algorithms for the same thing. And we can take a look at this one, for example. Not really a noticeable difference with this sound at the moment, but let's go on and check out those high pass filters here. let's select high 18. So it's just the other way around, and it's passing through all the high frequencies and we are cutting off the lower ones. Sounds really nice already. And if we go on, we have a band pass filter here. Let's play around with the cutoff. We always try to focus on the middle of this band here. And we have two versions. This one is a bit steeper. And also we have peaking filters here. We need to work a bit with the resonance for this one to work. So we can focus on peaks. We have a peak 12 and a peak 24. And the next one would be a notch filter, so the other way around. If we take down the resonance for that one and play around with the cutoff, we're cutting out those frequencies. We can take a more extreme version of that one with 24. Okay, and below that we have multi-filters. This is very interesting because it's actually two or more filter types mixed together. If we put up the low and high together, for example number 12, what we are getting is both a low and a high pass filter. So here's the low pass element, and right now the fat knob has changed into frequency, and that one is actually our low cut, so high pass option. So now we can move up here and up here, and you have a double filter feature. So it's basically 2 in 1. So we have all kinds of different options here, and below that we have those free filters in one modules. And let's take this one, LBH, and take a look at what we actually have here. We are expecting a low pass, a high pass, and a band pass all mixed together in one feature. And we have this morph knob now down here, and that one switches between the different qualities of the filter. So let's take the cutoff a bit down. And when we are morphing from the start, we are first at the low pass filter. So this one is a typical low pass shape. Let's morph. This is our band pass type filter at the middle. And if we go up to the highest value, we're getting something that looks like a high pass filter. Okay, we still have a bit of low left, but essentially here's our high pass part. So it's 3 in 1, very interesting. And of course, the cool feature here being the morph button. If you automate that one later, you can really use it in creative ways for your sound design, for example. Now, if we go back into the third section here, we have flangers and flangers and stuff, and phasers and all that. And also comps. So what is a comp? Let's start with a comp. And, just play something. So we are getting those flangy type of effects. And if we are looking for more flangers, we can even add those in as well. Those are probably effects that you just want to slightly mix into your sounds whenever you're using them. So the mix button will leave a bit of initial audio in there, and you can add a bit of flanging in there if wanted. Well, sometimes maybe if you make very electronic sounding music, you might want to use something like that, for example. And also you know this effect from those typical DJ mixers. If we go back, we still have phasers down here, for example. Let's select one of those. So you see with those types of effects, this knob here is pretty variable and always adjusts to the thing at hand. And now we have a high pass frequency somehow. Down here in the MISC section, we have a lot of different types of effects added in. And let's pick out one of those. Formant, for example. Those are quite interesting effects as well. They could be used in dubstep and stuff like that, for example. So you're getting those vocal type effects. Those nice wah-wahs. And you can imagine automating the cutoff for those ones. So there are many possibilities, and also if you click into it, you can see the phases if needed. And you have a lot of different creative effects at hand down here. Also, there are a couple of more low pass filters and comms and all passes. And let's take a look at the reverb, for example. And maybe take down the mix a little bit before playing it. Also very interesting effect here to use. And you notice when playing around with the cutoff, this is not specifically an effect where you would automate the cutoff. It's more one of those where you use a nice setting for your cutoff and then you remain at that setting. So these are the filters in Serum. You have so many possibilities, it's incredible. And actually you can use them 2 times because they can also be applied in the FX section here, but we will talk about that later. But you will have exactly the same set of filters at hand. So let's move on to the next part. Let's take a look at envelopes and all those shapes down here. So in the lower part of our synth, we have those shapes and controls and envelopes that control all those upper knobs here in the upper part of our synth. And let's first start with envelopes here, those 3 shapes. And we have envelope number 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 has a special function because it's also tied to the overall amplifier of the synth, and thereby it controls the output gain of the synth. So you see, if I'm taking down all those elements here, we are ending up with almost no sound anymore. So this clearly is our output, and now we can take a closer look at all those controls. Attack is the start of our shape. Shows us how long does it take to reach the maximum amplitude of the sound we are playing, and right now it takes us 400 milliseconds. And that's how you get this fading in effect. So if we move it back, it gets more direct. And now we are just starting right away. And a bit special in Serum is the hold knob. That one actually holds the initial maximum loudness for a while for the time we put into the hold section here. So we could hold that very long. or even shorter. And now the next one is decay, and that one is the transition between the maximum value here in the beginning of the sound and sustain the remaining level of our sound. This is the transition between those two values, and we need that one for shaping of Pluck sounds and stuff like that, for example. So this is how you would go about starting to make a Pluck sound. And now in the back here, behind the decay, we have the sustain knob, and that one actually tells us how much gain we are holding off the note in the end. And it's also as long as the note is playing. So if I'm playing any note on my keyboard now and I'm holding my finger onto the keyboard, you can see it's still there, and only at the moment when I'm taking off my finger from the keyboard it stops. And actually Serum is very visual in that sense. You can always follow the movement of your sound here with those little indicators. So we're falling down 3 seconds in the decay transition time, and then we are entering the sustain. Now we are staying at sustain until we reach release. And release is the time that starts as soon as I'm taking off my finger from the keyboard. So let's put in a value here. For example, we'll say 1 second or something, and make the decay a bit shorter. Now I'm putting my finger on the keyboard. And after I left it, we're walking down the release time. So this is attack, holding of attack, decay, transition here, sustain. We're remaining at sustain until we are taking our fingers off or our note stops. And then this is release, everything that happens after the note has stopped. And now you see sometimes it's getting really tiny to the left here, and this is where we can use this zoom function here next to our envelopes, and we can zoom in and take a closer look, or we could even lock it in and make sure it always stays zoomed around the entire envelope we are shaping. So if I lock this in and turn our sustain up and make the release longer, it will always pick out the very end of the release and show you the entire shape of the envelope in this window. So that's very handy. Also, we could mention that keeping a long release time might mess up your audio and even your CPU in the end, because you're still holding the note after it stopped playing when the new one is already playing. And that one is especially noticeable when we are playing different chords after one another. So if I'm putting in a long release time, it will still hold those notes when we are actually already playing those other ones. And you can also see that down here in the number of voices being played as soon as we are switching around. So take a look here. So if you put that even longer, it gets even more drastic. But sometimes this is exactly the effect you're looking for. So in that case, go ahead and use it in your favor. Okay, in the next part, we're going to take a look how we can actually use those envelopes and apply them to those knob controls in the upper part here. Okay, now let's set up some modulations with those envelopes down here. And we are leaving the first one for now. I'm back at the init patch actually. And I'm taking the second one. So let's click on the second and assign it to our filter cutoff here. Just click on this cross and drag it up all the way and let it fall onto the cutoff. This is how you do that. Okay, so let's activate the filter here and make sure it actually plays. And well, just see what happened so far. So far nothing really happened because the envelope is always up, and that means the filter will be always up as well. But let's bring down the sustain of this second envelope here. And we already start noticing a more plucky kind of effect. And let's even take down the decay a bit more. Now, this is getting more plucky and a bit more obvious what's happening here. I'm actually going to zoom in a bit on the second envelope here. And let's go back to this filter here, and you see the range of this modulation is all the way up to 0 and all the way up to maximum. And this is what we call the modulation depth. So it's very deep right now. We are going really all the way down and up. And if we hover over this arc here on top, we are getting this different type of mouse view. And if we play around with it, you see we can decrease the depth of our modulation. Meaning it won't go that far down anymore and not that far up anymore. Now this is a bidirectional modulation because here's our knob, init value, and it goes down below it and up above it. If I hit Shift, Option or Alt on my keyboard together with a mouse click and click on this knob, I'm changing to unidirectional, only into one direction here. Now it's set up to work the way we are always starting at this frequency, and whatever the envelope tells us will be placed on top of it. So let's see how that sounds. And if I click on this arc now, I can shorten it a bit. Yeah, and make it work more subtly here. And now we can even shape the treatment of this filter again in our second envelope here, which controls the cutoff. So we can play around with our decay and sustain to shape the movement of the filter differently. So it just follows exactly this curve. First, we are starting with putting it all the way up to the end of the modulation depth, and then we are slightly falling back in the decay, and we are moving back to this part here. And now we could also go to very extreme values, taking down the filter cutoff all the way, starting at 0 and hovering over the arc again and putting it up all the way. So now we are always opening it up with the start of the note and taking it down back to 0. And that way we can create really interesting pluck sounds as well. Now, there's several interesting things happening here. If we go back into the first envelope, we can actually see here's our first envelope, and behind that we can still see the grayed out shadow of the second one, showing us the movement of the second envelope just behind the first one as well. So you see how those dots are falling apart. And you're really getting this nice graphical overview. You're always able to see what your synth is actually doing here. You can always zoom in and out a bit more. So it's very nicely done. Okay, let's go back into the second envelope here and take the sustain a bit up and decay a bit longer. And now you could ask yourself, we have this unidirectional shape here. What happens if we put it like the state of the filter back to 12 o'clock and then we are dragging this one into negative values. So what happens now? Does it apply this curve negatively here? That's actually what's happening, exactly what's happening. So let's move it up a bit further. So now it works exactly the other way around. Just to keep that in mind, you can always use them in positive modes or shape them exactly the opposite in negative modes. Let's put it back into positive. Actually, if you had a problem following this negative and positive thing, it gets even clearer if we use this second envelope again, because we can use them many times on different knobs, which is pretty cool as well. And let's put it onto the pitching here and drag it in there as well. And what we are expecting is some type of high pitching sound falling down very quickly now. And that's what's happening. Let's hover over the arc here and make that one even longer. Maybe not that long. And now it falls down from high pitched values to low ones. And if we turn it into negative mode, so exactly the opposite, it should go from low values to high ones. So it's exactly the opposite now. So we learned we can use modulations positive and negative, and we can use them in different positions. And if we right click and want to take them off, you see right clicking on the arc gives us bypass modulator, so we can switch it off without losing the information. You can always put it back. And that's a great feature for testing. And we can also remove it. As you can see, we can also remove all modulators if we have more than one on a sound, for example. Okay, let's move up the decay time a bit further here. Let's take a quick look at something else. If we drag envelope number 2 also on our pan knob, by default it will be used bidirectional, because panning is left and right. It always has two directions basically. So now it first goes all the way to the right and then falls back to the left. If we automate knobs like detuning, for example, that are by default on a value like 12 o'clock, same thing will happen, just getting this bidirectional modulation depth curve again. Actually put two voices in here to hear something, which is too extreme, a lot too extreme. So we are bringing that one down and doing something like this. And for knobs, for example, like drive, that start at 0, if we were to drag on envelope number 2 onto this knob, it's getting unidirectional, as you can see here. There's nothing below this value, the init value, and it always goes up all the way. But if you want to switch to bidirectional, as we mentioned, Shift, Alt, or Option and click, and it changes to bidirectional here. Like that. Right clicking on the arc, remove all modulators, for example, in this case. And now we could also be interested in removing all the modulations of envelope number 2, because now it's modulated here and on the cutoff. And we can actually see those three modulations with this number. And if we right click here, we can bypass single ones, for example, pan, this one, detuning here, cutoff here, or all of them together, or we can even remove all of them together. Let's bypass all. Now you see they're grayed out here. And if we decide, oh no, actually we want to listen to them again, we can activate them again, taking down the drive. Now going back to our context menu, when we are clicking, right click on our cutoff or some other knob, for example, we see you can reset controls or select mod sources or select a source for this knob to modulate. We don't see at the moment, or we can't find. It's actually easy if we want to say, hey, let's take envelope number 3 and modulate this knob as well. We can just pick it up. Instead of dragging this one onto the knob, we could just right click on the knob and say, okay, the source for this modulation is going to be envelope number 3. And now that one is also assigned on this knob here. Going back to our cutoff and right clicking onto it, we can see we also have more options available than bypassing, removing and stuff like that. We can also go to mod sources and also select stuff that's not really available on the interface at the moment. For example, the modulation wheel on your MIDI keyboard, or aftertouch, or even the pitch bend, also from your mostly left to your MIDI keyboard. And you can just modulate those sources as well. Or you could pick up other sources from your interface easily without looking for them, for example, if you're a bit more experienced with Serum. Okay, also, we can actually assign 2 modulators to one and the same knob. If we go to envelope number 3, for example, also place it onto our cutoff, we can tell that one to do slightly different things even. For example, have a longer or higher sustain and a longer decay. That's not really making a lot of sense here at the moment, but there are situations when you need something like that. And now this knob actually listens to both of those automations. It just calculates one on top of the other. And you can actually see this point moving slightly differently now. Actually, we need to bring down envelope number 2 in the decay a bit further here to make this point more clear. Now, if we go back, like we try to make a pluck, a very short pluck here, and if we quickly bypass filter cutoff with envelope number 3, this is what we have without envelope number 3, just playing envelope number 2. And if we activate it again or unclick the bypass, it's blue again here, not grayed out anymore. It's getting calculated on top of this pluckiness. So it's possible to assign more than one envelope to a specific knob or position here in our upper part. Okay, so let's switch off envelope number 3 and sum up a little bit. I'm removing all these destinations, and what we learned was we can place an envelope on filter cutoff here and shape a Pluck Sound from our oscillator A. And adjust the decay and sustain levels, for example, to shape this pluckiness of the sound. We can also assign one envelope to multiple destinations, like cutoff, panning here, maybe a bit less panning actually, and detuning. Which is really nice and offers so much ground for creativity. And also, while we are at it, next to our envelopes here, we have our macro controls. And those are like main control knobs for different destinations in your sound. And let's take actually this macro 1 and place it onto sustain. And do the same thing again and place it on, say, filter cutoff. Maybe reduce this depth here a little bit and reduce the depth here quite a bit actually. And you can actually click in here. You always see the name of the macro popping up when something is activated. Let's say filter tail. Now we can play around with this knob and control both those destinations at the same time. Very handy and easily here from the left. And we have those macro controls mostly because sometimes we are playing live and we have maybe a tiny little bit of a MIDI controller with a couple of controls, and we can actually map those onto our MIDI controller and control such nice modulations with one knob conveniently while playing live. Of course, right-clicking here offers bypassing and removing of all those destinations again. And we will take a closer look at all this later, but actually all those modulation destinations and routing activities will be summed up in your Matrix tab. So if we click this, we can see all the activity that has taken place. For example, we used envelope number 2 and routed it to our filter cutoff, also to our pan and detuning. And then we used just a moment ago macro number 1 and assigned it to the sustain down here. If we switch to matrix, the lower part remains the same. Also, macro number 1 is mapped to filter cutoff, just mapped here. So you have all the activities you performed easily accessible in your matrix, and you can even see the type of modulation if it's unidirectional, for example on the filter, just moving from the filter value upwards, or on the panning like we saw into both directions. If we go back here on the panning knob, it's moving into both directions, bidirectional, and here it's unidirectional. And you can actually control and see that here as well. So in the next part, we're going to take a look at the LFOs down here. All right, so let's take a look at this warp mode down here in oscillator A. Actually, it's also present in oscillator B. And in the beginning, we are again selecting the init preset and loading everything up from the start. Now we also want to go into the wavetables and select analog, basic shapes, and load up the basic shapes here. Now we have the wavetable position available to scan through those 6 or 7 basic shapes. Let's start with the triangle. Okay, so if we click on this warp mode here, by default it's off, and below that we have our first warp mode, sync. Well, let's actually just load that one up and see what happens. Basically, with our warp mode down here, we are manipulating the waveform up here in the oscillator, and we are actually leaving it in 2D mode, because that way we can adjust the depth of this knob and actually see what's going on very easily on this waveform. So if we put in the sync mode, we are warping this waveform in a way that upper harmonics are being created. So let's play back the sound. And no upper harmonics, or only the standard upper harmonics of your triangle waveform. If we go to the next mode here, or from the drop-down menu, it's sync mode window 1/2. It's just a slightly softer mode of the same quality. It's also pitching that thing up, creating upper harmonics, but it sounds a bit softer somehow. And if we go to the next mode, window full, just a different characteristic of that effect, and sounds maybe even a bit clearer in the upper harmonics. Okay, if we select the next mode, here it's the band plus. That one also exists in massive actually. And let's try that one out. Again, we are bending a little bit, and we are again adding upper harmonics with that mode. And what we can see is it moves towards the center with band plus here. And if we go to band minus, it moves to the sides. Let's actually bring that one back and play it out. And of course, those modes are getting more interesting if we put an LFO on top of them and let them glide through those bend modes like whoa, whoa, whoa. The next one would be the pulse wave. Here, in this case, we are going to select an actual pulse wave from our wavetable positions. So that one in the middle here, so we can have a clear view of what's happening. So we're pushing that one together, also creating upper harmonics. And the next mode we have available is our asymmetrical plus. So let's see what that does to the sound. So in order to not confuse it with the pulse wave modulation, let's actually select a different waveform from the wavetable position here. Go back to maybe something like sine wave, asymmetrical plus. So we are pushing that sine wave in the first part together here. If we turn it around, just the opposite effect, and plus minus is both in one. Almost sounds like an LFO on a filter already. And let's go to the next one, flip. That one actually just flips the polarities while playing it. Very interesting. It's kind of torture for your speaker, but a nice mode as well. And if we go on to mirror, that's what it does to a sine wave. And if we select a different wave, for example, the saw wave, and how about a triangle? You could imagine those types of effects in genres like dubstep and stuff like that. Remap 1 is also an interesting mode. Notice how the pencil's coming up here. And if I turn this around, in the beginning, nothing really happens. So what's going on with the pencil? If we open this one up, we are getting another editor here. And well, let's put in a curve. Okay, so we are shaping this waveform a bit more curvy that way. And let's put it the other way around. Just works the other way around as well. And now we are also able to draw in stuff here or select presets, for example, some user-defined ones. Let's, I don't know, take this one. Interesting. And now we can map this onto our waveform here. Nothing applied, a little bit applied, and everything applied. And now there are 4 of those remap modes. If we go into the second one, this doubles up the amount here. The third one triples it up, and that one just quadruples it. So incredible options here available. You can imagine so much sound manipulation with those remapping modes. And well, let's go to the next one, quantize. almost sounds a bit like a bit crushing type thing. Alright, you can actually see it here. It kind of gets more quantized out to bigger chunks. And if you go back, it's separated in tinier chunks until we have so many that we have a fluid sound wave again. Really cool effect as well. You could imagine that one in the end of a track or in the end of a bar where you just sort of put in this tape stop type effect and combine it with this here. Very interesting. Next mode is FM from B. Okay, so this is frequency modulation, and we're actually taking the oscillator B as signal input here. And just to illustrate that concept a bit better, I'm actually going to load in this bass pattern here. But let me quickly load up a bass sound, and just going to look for selected a future bass sound, and you see we have a sub playing and two oscillators here. Okay, and let's loop this actually. And what we're going to do now is take oscillator B down in the level and select the warper here and go to FM from B. So frequency modulation with B applied on oscillator 1. And I'm going to slightly bring it in now. So that's type of typical Charmy or Oliver Heldens style effect. Maybe you notice it already. We can actually bring down the filter cutoff a little more here. And if you play around with the octaves here of oscillator B, which is the input for this frequency modulation, let's see what happens. Also go one up. So maybe you recognize that sound from current productions. And if we go to the next mode, we go into AM from B, so amplitude modulation with this oscillator applied. So let's see how that sounds. Sounds a bit overdriven. We can also turn around this octave here to -1, for example, see what happens. So very interesting manipulations possible here as well. And the next mode would be ring modulation from B. And actually, just a side note, if we were to do this on oscillator B, everything would be from A, of course. So they just work back and forth in that way. And ring modulation, so piling up those two signals and putting in the sum and differences of both signals in a ring circuit kind of modulation will result in Okay, and the next mode would be frequency modulation with the noise oscillator. So everything that comes from here, but that with a white noise should sound quite messy. But whatever you're looking for, you could also load up other stuff there and use it for modulating this one. And the last one to expect it would be the sub in this list. We have the frequency modulation for the sub oscillator as well. So if I take this down and we are using a simple sine wave here, we're pretty much back at what we already heard. Well, actually it also sounds very interesting here. But if we take down the level, so much possibilities here. This is just a warping section and we just went through all those different modes. Very interesting remapping modes here, band plus, band minus, asymmetrical flips and mirrors. You can use those here more for wah-wahs and wobbles and all that. But just try around yourself. There's so many possibilities inside. It's pretty cool. It's really one of those strengths in Serum where you can go crazy for hours and just never stops. And just to show a little more of the capabilities here, if we go back to FM from B and we use B again as frequency modulator for A, and we open it up a bit more, now we can go ahead and, for example, take another instance of the LFO and place it onto the sync button here. And now this is being modulated while that entire instance is actually modulating this part down here as well. Well, just see what happens. Sounds crazy enough. So a bit faster. So you can imagine what's possible here. So many ways of getting creative if you load up other LFO patterns or something. And now imagine you're taking down the range here, for example, tinier range, something like this in the depth. And then you select something else, for example, a mirror. What happens now? And maybe increase the range a little on this one. And also move a bit faster in the rate. All right, so you can modulate a modulator of something else. Everything is possible here. Okay, so let's take a look at the LFO section down here, and we are back at our init preset. Sounds like this. And we are playing this chord progression for future bass. Okay, going back into Serum, let's make a couple of edits. For example, we want to play oscillator A with 4 voices. So I'm putting unisono up to 4, detuning to maybe 11 o'clock, not too far off the pitch. And blending a bit more evened out between the mid and the off pitch notes. Nice. And we also activate the second oscillator just to play a nice interesting sound here. Select analog, basic shapes, and go through your wavetables and go to 12 o'clock more or less and select a square wave here. So if we click into it, we see a square wave picked up from the middle of our wavetable. and bring down the level a little bit on that one and mix it in here. Listen to oscillator B in solo. So we have nice and full sound, and now we are going to put on the filter to put a low pass filter here, low 12, and also we want to add in oscillator B with this toggle to route that one through the filter as well. So that way. And this movement I just made with my hands on the mouse is going to be performed by the LFO down here now. So we have a couple of LFOs here available. And if I click on this one, the cross again shows up and I can put that one, drag it up onto the cutoff filter here. And now we have our LFO on our filter cutoff, and I can hover over this arc, make that one a bit longer. And now it should open up the filter automatically. Okay, nice. We have this typical LFO filtering effect, and I'm actually taking down the cutoff to make it more obvious. Now the range, the depth of our modulation is getting deeper, and we're applying this on more parameters of our cutoff. Well, let's take a look at this shape down here. Right now we have this triangle, so first we're starting at the init filter position, and then we are moving up to the top, and we're going back down. We could also drag this node down here into a curve, for example, and do it like this. And this is also a curve parameter. We could do something like this, shark. So this LFO shape here has two types of nodes, curve nodes and grid nodes. So this one would set our grid. Now we can also alter the speed at which we are playing this one. If we take a look at those knobs down here, you can see we have rate. And we are going to look at the other ones in a minute, but let's quickly play around with rate. So you can edit the speed of the LFO playing along. Well, we can actually automate this, for example, with a modulation, for example, with a macro control here. Could automate this rate. But let's go through all the options here. Now, if we set this LFO to something like this, maybe. And we take a look at this rise parameter, what is happening is that one determines how long it takes for this LFO shape to actually kick in. So if we take a look at this rise parameter here, that one actually determines how long it takes for the LFO to be fully applied. So if I delay this by, say, half a bar, you see 145 to 146. This is 1 bar, and it only starts to really fully play at half of this bar, so somewhere here. Let's see if that's correct. And now we saw it works, and we also saw it always restarts when we play new notes. because if we exaggerate this effect, for example, taking a rate of something like, say, 1 bar, okay, to make that even more obvious, let's increase the rate here to something like 16ths and see how it always starts to rise up this LFO effect. So this is our rise effect. If we bring it back down, it starts at the beginning. Now we can also delay the application of this LFO shape with this delay here. So if we put in, say, half a bar, we first don't play any LFO and then we kick it in. Sometimes that's interesting because you could put a bit of rising and a little bit of delay, and that would be interesting because first you play your chord and then it's getting LFO shaped in the back part of the chord. Okay, we need to put that to longer values here, or say 1/4. Very nice effect. And we have this other parameter here, smooth. That one tells us how much we want this LFO to be actually noticeable inside of the sound, and we can sort of gray it out here. Let's bring up the smooth parameter. So it's very nice for bringing in those slight vibrato type elements, and we can make it more obvious again if we bring down the rise and the delay and start our LFO activity right at the beginning of the chord and then play around with the smooth parameter. You can even think of this smooth knob as dry wet, with that being all wet and this being quite dry and not really applied. So mixing that effect in and out basically. Okay, so let's bring it back to the beginning and focus on those controls here. There's a BPM toggle. If I click on it, it changes those values here into hertz. And if I switch it back, it will be in BPM. So sometimes you need it in hertz, and most of the time you probably need it in BPM. So we keep it at BPM. But if we were to put it without BPM and read hertz, we can seamlessly adjust those rates here in the rate knob. So going back to BPM, below we have anchor. Let's try to illustrate the concept of anchor here. I'm putting it off, and then I'm going to change the rates of the LFO in real time. Now, if I put on anchor, it will always wait until the next line in the grid. If I take anchor off, it changes immediately. So also off grid. For example, those are the grid lines here, and it would change in between somewhere. And if you have anchor activated, it will wait until the next point in the grid and then change it. So you never really leave the groove pattern. And speaking of those grids, actually here in the back, this number here can adjust those grids. For example, we can go up to 16. So you have 16 lines here, and we can go down to very little, almost nothing. So let's keep 8 for now. Okay, so below anchor, we have trip for triplets. That means we can enter triplets into this rate range here. If I activate it and I skip from 1/4 to 1/8, you see there's a T in between, and we have those triplets available as well. So with that one deactivated, you can just hop between the usual values, and now you can enter triplets as well. So let's try that out. In just the same way, we also have dotted values here available. You can see it with this little dot. And if we activate both, we have all these values here in our range as well. So triplets and dots. Now let's take a look at this mode in the beginning here. And actually, to illustrate this, we might play a pluck pattern. Let's go to this pattern here and play plucks. So that sounds a bit weird now. It's because the mode is off now. The LFO just follows our song grid here. Now, if we activate trigger, it will actually follow the notes. And whenever we are starting a new note, the LFO will restart. If we don't do that, if we put it off, and we are not perfectly playing grid notes, this is what happens. The LFO snaps to the grid of the overall DAW, and we have those weird LFO snaps in our notes. So we want to play trigger here. Now we have another option, which is envelope. And for that one, we are going back to our initial sound and chords, those. And you can already see what's going on. If we have envelope activated, it will play the envelope of the LFO one time and then stop doing any activity on this LFO. So just stops, just goes through one time, one cycle, and then stops. Now that could be handy. If you don't want that, you can put it off. And also, if you want to make sure it always starts with new notes, you put it on trigger. So these are the three modes available here. And we talked about rate, rise, delay, and smoothing out our LFO. Now it's also important that there are a lot of possibilities here of shaping your LFO. For example, you can double click between those lines and add new dots and really go crazy with new dots, and then go like drag it here and down and up and down. Any kind of shape is possible. And if we want to change all of them, we can actually drag a box around them and select all of them and then do something like this. And drag them all down or up, and they will act accordingly. We can also select all of them and right click, remove selected points, so everything is gone now. And whenever we are out of ideas, we also have the possibility to load up pre-saved shapes. For example, saw down curved. This is what we are getting. Or we could even save a shape we made ourselves. So if we were to manipulate that one and add other stuff here in the back by double clicking and putting in something like this. If we like that, we can just go down here and save it. And then we can always load it up again. And also, there are a lot more possibilities. For example, you might be editing around here and you might be looking to really snap it to the grid. If you hit Alt and click, this is what's going to happen. Something that's off grid will actually snap to the closest grid point. For example, if I want this one to snap to this line here, I just hold Alt on my keyboard, click, and it snaps over here. And that one will probably snap to this line here, Alt, click, there we go. It snaps to the grid. Okay, there's another possibility. If I hold Alt and something is already on the grid, and now I hold Alt and click this line here, we snap around the grid always. We never really leave it. So holding Alt and clicking is snapping to other grid lines with the entire curve point collection here. Okay, then it's also possible to make relative movements. For example, if we hit Command on Mac and then click on this dot here, it's getting red. And if I now hit another dot, for example, I can move curve elements relative to other ones by holding down Command on Mac and Control on Windows, clicking, like holding down Command, now clicking the dot, it will be red now. And if you go on and drag, actually you need to hold it, click it, and then drag it onto other points. So you see like they are getting colored, purple, green, blue here. And I'm still dragging my mouse. And now I'm leaving it and move around. You see they're moving relative to each other now here. Like yellow and green are moving relative between those two red and purple dots. This is relative movement. It's also possible. So how can we make that even more obvious? Let's put in more dots between our lines, something like this. Now we'd like to move everything around relatively. So I'm holding Command, clicking this one until it turns red, hold it clicked, and then go down here until this point. Now I'm not clicking anymore. I just ran off my mouse, but you see it's still possible, and relatively everything is moving around here. So there are a lot of options to shape your LFO forms. Okay, you can also move those curve points around. So this would be a curve point, this one, this one, this one here. You can also move those around. If you hold Alt, click on a curve point and hold your clicked mouse, you can go like this, or this. So you can move your curve points. Those are your grid points, and here are your curve points. And holding Alt down allows you to also click them up all at once and down, convex and concave. Okay, and very interesting as well is the possibility if you shift click, you're getting the step sequencer mode. So this is what we are ending up with. It's sort of a gate or something. So interesting things with shift. Now we talked about a couple of short keys here, and actually it's pretty cool if you go to the menu and read the manual here. What you're getting is you're loading up a PDF of Serum's manual, and you can actually see LFO graph display, and all the hotkeys are available here. So you can always check back, and if you forgot some of what I just said, you can like find it on page 36 in the manual of Serum and just print it out and hang it on your wall or something. And as you can see, we have 4 visible LFOs here, but there are even more, because if we already used 4 and that one is somewhere applied, you see number 5 is popping up. And then if we apply that one, number 6 is popping up. How long does that work? Let's see. Number 7, number 8. Okay, it stops with 8. Also, very interesting, if you really love this shape here, for example, or you want to shift click and put another one, and you want to apply it on another one, it's possible to drag that one onto another LFO and use it again. So just hold Alt and then copy it onto the second one. And you see the third one has this triangle shape, and I can even copy it to this one as well. So now I have it here. And it doesn't really stop here. You can actually also turn this one into a wavetable. And holding down Alt into Oscillator A, I can actually take this waveform. So you can paint your own waveforms here and then use them inside of your oscillators. Okay, so let's take a quick general look at the ADSR envelope. We are shaping our sound with attack, decay, sustain, and release parameters. And our sound is measured in amplitude of a certain signal over time. So duration of a song, or just a couple of seconds, or even milliseconds. And if we're sitting in front of a piano, for example, and we're pressing a key on the piano, this is when attack time starts, because then you have a sound from your piano. And our attack time starts, followed by decay time, followed by sustain level. And sustain level ends as soon as our hand is leaving the piano key. The key is released. And then what follows is the so-called release time, bringing whatever sustain level we had before back to zero, no sound. So in the beginning we have no sound, in the end we have no sound, and in between we have ADSR. So attack determines the time we need to get from 0 to our maximum amplitude. So if I'm hitting my piano really hard, that attack time is very quick, so very short. Hitting something hard is a very short attack time. Like if we are playing, for example, strings, and they're coming in very smooth, like a violin or some other strings, then you have a longer attack time. It takes a while until we are reaching the maximum amplitude of the sound. Once the maximum amplitude is reached, what follows is the decay time. And the decay time is another parameter in mostly milliseconds, could be seconds as well, that takes our signal level down from maximum amplitude to the sustain level. The level we are keeping as long as we are keeping on holding the note or pressing the key. This is another time parameter. So might be a couple of milliseconds or seconds. And then we enter sustain, and sustain is very different from those three parameters here because it's not a time parameter, it's a level. It doesn't have to do anything with this time here. It could be taking for hours, or sustain in the end is decibels. We are holding the signal on while we are still pressing the key. Once we're releasing the key, what follows is the release time, taking this back from whatever level we were playing back to 0. And sometimes you want to do that very short. Sometimes you want it longer to just, fade out your sound smoothly. So if you want smooth sounds, in the beginning you have a longer attack time, and smooth sounds in the end you have a longer release time. If you want short and plucky sounds, what you do is take attack time to 0, so you start right away with your maximum amplitude, for example like a kick sound or something, maximum amplitude right at the start, and then short decay time, meaning you just go tuk, tuk, and then the sound stops. And such plucky sounds mostly don't have a high sustain level, and they are very short or even 0 in the release time. And pad sounds, for example, have a higher sustain level, have a bit of attack, and they have release because they're more smooth. Okay, so take a look at this graphic, maybe print it out, hang it up on your wall, and keep in mind attack is the time we are taking from 0 to maximum amplitude when key is pressed. decay time follows directly after the attack. It's the time the amplitude takes to go from maximum level to sustain level here, still pressing the key. And then we have our sustain level of amplitude we are keeping as long as the key is pressed. And afterwards, what starts is our release time, starts as soon as the key is released, and the amplitude goes down from the sustain level to 0, and our release time will set how long that process is going to take. Okay, so in this step we are going to take a closer look at the effects section here, but before we get started we quickly generate a new sound. So let's load up the init preset and, well, take an envelope, the second one, and sort of place this one onto our cutoff filter. And Shift-Alt-Click, unidirectional, it's just upwards here. So now we put in the filter. And bring it down all the way in the beginning, and we want to make a pluck, so we go into our second envelope here and just bring down decay and sustain. And actually decrease the range a little bit. And a bit more voices, 4. And blending to the sides. Okay, nice. Bit up in the master. Maybe a little bit more here in our filter. Okay, now we have this nice Pluck sound, easily set up with one oscillator, the filter, and envelope number 2. And now we can take a look at our effects section. So the way this works is on the left-hand side we have all the available effects in Serum. It's containing 10 effects, and when you activate an effect here, it shows up on the right, and this way it's been activated. And you can also bypass it here by clicking this on-off button. That way you can try out things and then in the end decide against them, for example. And if we put it on, the first one is actually a special version indicated by the slash here. We actually have 2 effects in this one, because we have this dimension expander here with a dry wet or mixed knob, and to the left we have this hyper effect, which is basically somehow a unison effect with its dry wet or mixed knob here. So let's take it down. Both are not mixed in and shouldn't be any different in the sound at the moment. Okay, so let's mix in the hyper. And I'm taking down the master a little bit. It was a little bit clipping down here, so sorry for that. Anyways, you could hear a bit of those phasing laser type effects. So So this works pretty much like the unison, but on the sum of our sounds. So you might want to use that on sounds that you want to widen or add a bit of detuning to. But actually this sound we created already sounds pretty nice, so I'm taking this off. Just keep in mind you can add sort of detuning and unison to your sum of the sound this way. And on our right side we have this dimension expander, and that one's actually sounding pretty nice when you take down the size to low values but increase the mix. So let's see how that sounds. So this is our dimension expander here. I'm taking the mix down now, and we can take a look at the second effect, which is the distortion. If I activate this one, it shows up below hyper in dimension, and again I can bypass it here. And also if I want to change the order of those effects, what I can do is I can just drag them here and it switches. And you can even take it down all the way if you have all those effects activated. The distortion is a typical distortion unit. You can select different tubes and like distortion modes down here. There's a special X shaper mode. We talked about special shaping modes in Serum before, and this one actually is one that shows up again with a special shaper here where you can shape your own distortion. But I'm not going to go into that one right now. Let's take a look at the classical tubes here. Load up a tube. So we have this special selector here where we can choose to use no filter or use a filter before the distortion or after the distortion has taken place. So if we filter before the distortion and we like put this low pass in here, we are losing all our highs before distorting. What we are getting is a distorted lower end. And if we use it post FX, we first distort all our high stuff and then cut off. So that's very handy as well, depending on what type of sound design you're looking for. But let's put it back to pre. And on the left-hand side, we can choose between low pass, band pass, and high pass. So many options here, and we can take down the drive. And of course, we can also mix and match here. Our next effect is the flanger, typical flanger effect. I'm taking the other ones into bypass mode now. Let's just play around with it. Typical flanger like you have on your DJ mixer in the club or something, and actually it doesn't sound that good, so we are not going to go too much into detail. It's like in a lot of plugins, all these extra effects often be used external outside of the plugin with like better or specialized flanger effects or distortion effects or stuff like that. If we take a look at the next effect here, our phaser, it's basically the same story, typical phaser. There's our phaser effect. Actually, there's one cool thing in the phaser. If you take the rate down to 0, it's like a standing phaser effect might be quite interesting for sound design. So checking out the next effect, our chorus here. Now we are actually getting a scroll bar here on the right. So I'm scrolling down, and we can also take off those effects. We are not using all of them at the moment, and get a bit more overview here. Here's a chorus effect, typical chorus. Can edit the delays here, the depth and feed, and there's a low pass filter here, rate here, and delay, putting down the chorus. With our typical feedback here to the left, mix. And we have left and right controls, so we can switch around with the delay times here. Or if we want to play the same thing, left and right, we can put it from BPM to link. Now both are playing the same thing, left and right. And if we unlink it, we can actually select other values, and down here we can go to dotted values or triplet values, as you can see here, or something in between. Here we have a bit of a filter for our delays. For example, if we only want to emphasize on high end in our delay. And down here we have our normal or ping pong or tap delay functions. Ping pong, for example, pinging left being repeated on the right and right on the left. And tap delay. Always sounds really interesting. Okay, so let's add in the compressor here. And you have threshold, ratio, attack, release, and gain. If you don't know how a compressor is actually working, we have a nice tutorial series on our YouTube channel where we're explaining it in 4 simple steps. And I recommend you watch that one. So let's actually take off multiband here and place it in. And adjust our threshold to find the right spot. Starts working here around 20. Now we can put up the makeup gain a little bit here. And we can add in a bit compression as much as we want. And the interesting thing now here is, I'm taking down the gain a little bit. If we add in multiband, it's a 3-band compressor here, downward, upward. And actually we don't have controls for the single band, so there are predefined values for those bands. But what we have is our threshold, and we can play around with that one and try to find a nice setting. Taking down the gain even further, mix to halfway up. So you see you're getting quite an interesting effect when moving down with the threshold here in this mode. Actually, we're going to design a Pluck Sound with that multiband compressor later in one of the later videos, as we don't have time to go through all those single effects here. In the end, we are still trying to explain Serum and not general audio effects. So just pointing out that this one works top to bottom, so whatever comes first in line is being applied first. And the lowest one, if I'm adding in the reverbs, for example, here, is played after the compressor. So that one is actually a pretty good example. If we put in this typical reverb here, and we were to switch those two, that one, the reverb, would be applied before compressing. That sounds really odd sometimes. So now we applied reverb and then we started compressing the signal, and this is what we are getting. So we can be absolutely sure that it's going to go top to bottom here in the signal flow. So let's put it back the other way around and actually take off the compressor. Typical size, decay, and high cut, low cut reverb controls here. And you have also a plate mode. And below that we have an equalizer, typical equalizer. I'm actually going to take this one off to have more overview. And we have a lower part here and a higher part. So we have sort of 2 bands for this equalizer. We can control the frequency of the lower one here. We have a low shelf down here with the gain. We have a bit of resonance here in our frequency. And we have the same thing in the upper parts. So we also have a high shelf here. We can also turn it to bell curve and shape that one into positive and negative values, just as your usual EQ. If you want to cut off high frequencies, you're going into high cut mode. You should actually apply it before doing that. And you can do the same thing on the other side. And I'm actually going to put this back into shelf mode. So that one can be very useful. And below we have our filter. And that filter comes equipped with the same filter types as the other one in the oscillator view. So we basically have this module once again, but now we don't have it behind our oscillators, we have it behind everything in the final sum of our audio applied on everything. So this is a big difference here. And now we have this low pass filter by default. And if we play around with the cutoff, activating the filter, the nice thing in Serum is now we can modulate all those knobs in the effects section, again with our LFOs or envelopes, for example. If I'm going to put an LFO on this cutoff here, we can apply it nicely on this position. And even modulate that one nicely. And also you can do everything else. You could put in your delay again and your reverb again, taking off the compressor. And now we can take one of those macro controls and assign it to the mix button of our delay. Also assign it to our reverb mix here. And you see, I just did that a minute ago and called it fade to gray, because this is actually what you're doing when you're delaying and reverbing at the same time. So we're just opening up those effects with this knob. So you have a sort of washing out effect here. Could also be done in different ways, but you get the concept. You can assign a macro control to several of those mix knobs or detuning or rate or size or whatever, and just really modulate everything with everything else. And in such a case, when you really want to get creative with your presets or your Serum sounds, it really makes sense to use those built-in Serum effects like delays and reverbs and maybe also phasers and flangers. But if you're really looking for great flanger sound or great delay sound or even great reverb sounds, what you would do in general would be switch that one off, not use it inside of Serum, but in an effect, external effect behind Serum, for example. Take the new FabFilter Pro reverb and put that in here. It sounds totally different, in my opinion. So let's go on to the next section. All right, let's take a look at Serum's Wavetable Editor. And just to be on the same page, we're going to menu init preset, so we're all working with the same sound. And the first thing we're going to do is default analog basic shapes. So now we have the basic shapes set selected, and you see inside of the wavetable we have those 7 different shapes. And now we can actually go into our Wavetable Editor with this pencil. Down here we have our currently selected waveform available for editing. All those 7 shapes are showing up down here, and I can actually hit a key on my keyboard. So this is our sine wave here. And next to it, we can also select this other frame here, where we have our saw wave, our triangle wave, and square waves, and so on. And if we select one of those waveforms here and then hover over this plus button, we can duplicate it. So it will be duplicated right next to the selected one. And we can also do that again. And then take that one and drag it to the end, for example, and move those around the way we want. If we're making mistakes, we can also undo everything we did. Like I can go back to the initial 7 shapes here or redo and so on. You also have the possibility to copy something and sort of paste it somewhere else. And so you have those general controls here available. And right now our wavetable only consists of those 8 shapes. And you can also move through those with this 8 of 8, 7 of 8, 6 and so on control here. It's also possible to move through your wavetable. Down here you can select Oscillator B for editing purposes and also go back to Oscillator A. Up here we have those draw modes, so we can select different draw shapes and just draw them into the grid on our waveform. So I'm selecting this and just going to first grid here. We can actually draw something. And then listen back. And maybe draw something smoother in there with those sine shapes here, instead of those harsher shapes. Let's see how that sounds. Still harsh, and you can do things like that. You also can draw in noise. If I hold my mouse and drag it down, it gets smaller, like just a little bit of crunchiness here. And if I move it upwards, it's getting a lot heavier. And if you don't like it, we can always undo everything and go back to previous steps. Now, everything we did right now was inside of the grid, and you can also adjust the grid, for example, add more nodes here, or also in vertical view here, you can add in more lines and grids, for example, 16 and 16. And then you have more options available. Maybe not all with noise, but something like that be possible as well. And well, if we hold Shift, we can adjust them both at the same time simultaneously. We can also go down to 0, where we have no grid left, and we have a free drawing mode. If I select just this one here, and now we can just like use our hands to draw in things here, just customized. Okay, so let's add in a grid of 8 lines again and draw something in there, maybe like this. And maybe sometimes you want to like draw something in the plus phase and something in the minus phase, and then you have this mirror possibility here, draw mirror. So whatever I'm drawing here will be mirrored in the second part. How can we make it more obvious? Maybe like this. See, this is the mirror mode. Now these are our drawing options here, and we have a couple of more options available here on top. So single refers to the single selected waveform. If I do something, it will only affect this one, number 4 at the moment. For example, I can normalize it, so it just, like if it was really quiet before, like this for example, it would be like normalized to higher amplitudes. And down there we have our remove offset. So if there's some off-center recording going on, you can take that off. You can also flip it vertically. So flipping it around horizontally. And shift horizontal to 0 crossing. We can also init and add in silence. And now we have to draw something in there again. And fade edges. Well, let's actually make some harsher edges here. So this edge is in the beginning very harsh, and let's take this one in the other direction. So now we have a pretty hard edge if we restart that one. So fade edges. You see it's fading in and out here. I'm drawing that back in here. And we also have X-fade or crossfade edges. So the attack is not that harsh. We also can crossfade edges and filter grid size. So it's kind of smoothing out harsher parts. And if we move over to our sine wave here and select sample redux at grid size, what we will see is those tiny bits of grid on the sine wave. If I play it up higher, It's not that noticeable here. Maybe yeah, if we increase our grid size a lot further and apply it again, you see how it's getting more noticeable. If I undo it, that's the single modes. Now let's bring the grid down to 8 again. And we also have process modes, and those affect all our waveforms here. So we can normalize all of them and gain separately, or normalize over the complete set of waveforms. And down here we basically have all the options available in single mode as well, but as well one or two more. For example, resize tables to be half. Like now a sine wave is placed into 2 tables, and we can also go back and redo that and tell it to resize tables into doubles. So now it's back in 1 table here. Okay, so let's go to morphing section here, and before we do that, we actually can go down here and get rid of some of our wavetables. For example, if we go to add remove here, we can remove the current index. So we can also remove a multi-selection. So I'm selecting the second one and the 6th one. So those are all selected now, and I can remove a multi-selection. I could also remove beginning to selected, or selected to the end, or everything except selected. So many options here. Try them out yourself. Let's remove the multi-selection. And now we are left with those 2 here. So if we go ahead and want to morph, we can select crossfade or spectral, and let's start with spectral here and morph between those wavetables. What does that mean? Well, if we play them back and switch back and forth between those 2 wavetables, this is how it sounds now. So there's this noticeable gap in between, and morphing will take care of that. So morph, crossfade. If we go into this view of our wavetable here in the 3D view, we can see this one is the first waveform, this one is the second one, and this one in between is algorithmically warped or interpolated, so not really present. But you could also render wavetables to contain all those waveforms. Let's go back. Now you can also morph spectral or zero phasing or zero all phases. That's always an issue if you're having phasing issues between your wavetables or between your waveforms, for example. But as a rule of thumb, you could use spectral to be on the safe side most of the time. So next to that, we have our add and remove section. We already looked at that, where you can remove and add waveforms down here. And next to that one, we have our sorting section, where we can sort by spectrum or by peak amount or average spectrum or highest or whatever there. Just try them out, those different sorting options for your waveforms down here, and you can order them in different ways. Also, you can import waveforms. We will take a look at that in a later part. And you can also export to wave files, for example, and share them. And a nice part for math guys would be this enter formula down here, where you can actually put in a formula and create your own waveform from it. So if you put in an X, for example, it will give you a saw wave. And if you put in, say, sine X, you're getting this kind of movement into it, like sine shaped almost into our saw wave. And if you're like, well, this is a bit too complicated for me, you can also select those single waveforms here, just a saw wave, just a sine wave, or a square wave, for example. Or multis are also possible, for example, sine to, well, actually square to sine should be easier to see. So if we load that one up and we go through all those tables, So we are already having a more complex formula for that one. So that would be probably easier to load up here with multi, and you can also save your own ones down there. And well, the most common case would probably be loading up one of those single ones. For example, if you want to start with a sine wave and then make some adjustments to it. So now we have one of those dubstep sort of sounds loaded up in here. You can see how the growliness is moving around, and actually we have something like a sine wave here going on with a couple of bumps in it that give some more harshness to it. And also we have a lot of movement over time here. Now we could go ahead and add in like weird stuff. For example, if we wanted some more noise in the mid part of this growl, we could just paint it in here, like crazy noise somewhere here, and then just walk around that part. Obviously, you would have to do that in more parts, but I think you get the point. So you can edit stuff inside of your wavetables and get creative. So in the next video, we are going to take a look at this upper part here, the harmonic or FFT editor. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the harmonic or FFT editor here above the wavetable editor. So down here we have a saw wave right now, and I'm actually going to select a sine wave down here. So now we have one of those typical sine waves. And if I hit this arrow, I can copy this information into our harmonic editor up here. And now a sine wave only contains this fundamental note. So this is the note we are actually playing on our keyboard. So far doesn't have any upper harmonics. You can also think of this in terms of an EQ where you have your lower frequencies here and your higher frequencies here. Just in this case, we are talking about harmonics. And down here in this lower part, we can actually edit the phase information. So at what point in our phase are we starting, or where are we? So right now we are at 50% down here, and if I'm going back to say 25, we are starting our waveform here. And if I'm going down to 0, everything moves forward. So with this one you can move around in your waveform, and here you can decide on the harmonic content. So those grayed out areas here are our upper octaves. So if I'm adding in a second octave here, if you notice how we are getting a second octave into our sound, if I add one more, we are actually building an organ sound here. So I'm adding this one and this one slightly as well. Now it sounds like an organ. We can also edit the zoom levels here. For example, zoom in more into the lower part, or zoom out completely. Now you see we have a lot of upper harmonic content left here, but we are probably not going to use all of that. So I'm going back to 3 for the purpose of this tutorial here. Now let's right click into the section, and you see we can clear all. We can also clear higher frequencies or clear lower frequencies. Now if I'm dragging in a lot of information here, we're getting sort of a saw wave, because a saw wave contains even and odd harmonics, and all those places in between the octaves are odd and even harmonics. Now we can cut off higher frequencies, because if we play that sound, it has upper harmonics right now. And if we want to get rid of that, we can actually right click here and say clear higher frequencies, so everything else is gone now. Or we could also do the opposite and clear the lower ones. Sounds a bit weird that way. And also you see you can generate a saw. Now we generated a complete saw wave down here. You have the representation of that one. Also, we can randomize if we're looking for that, and we also can add a progressive fade. So let's do that. Now we just fade it out a little bit here. And with this switch, we can actually enter the same command we just put in again. So another fade would be applied if I click on it. See how everything else in the upper parts gets faded out. If I'm drawing it back in here, now I hit fade, fade, fade. It's fading out. You can right click again and shift one octave up. Shift up. Shift down. Repeat shifting down. Not much left here. So let's draw in a square wave, and I'm starting from scratch, so clear everything. We're drawing in the fundamental. A sine wave is always the fundamental of any type of sound, because any type of sound will always be a multiple of many tiny little sine waves. And a square wave contains only odd harmonics. So I'm right-clicking, draw odd harmonics only. And if I select that, we will always skip even harmonics. Let's do that. So now we have this. It already sounds a bit like one of those cheaper square waves. And we can actually compare to an actual one. So I'm adding in another wavetable here. And I'm selecting single square wave. And you see this one is the opposite phase right now, but we learned in the tutorial before that we can go to single and then we'll flip it horizontally. And now we have two of those waveforms here. And you see the first one we created here in the harmonic editor already has the general shape of a square wave. Just those little parts here are still bumpy and need to be adjusted. And what has to be done to make sure this collection of sine waves actually adds up to a square? Well, we need to shift those phases accordingly. We can check how you do that if we just take this information and copy it up here in the harmonic editor. And you see this is how a real square wave would have to look like. It's a bit hard to draw that in with your mouse, but then you would have to shift those phases accordingly down here. Well, let's clear everything and also clear this one. And let's create a sub bass with a bit of an edge. So I'm starting with a sine wave, and a sine wave can just be a fundamental here. So this is our sine wave. Now hit the note on your keyboard. And let's go down one octave. And make sure you're on headphones or on good monitors. We are going down one more octave now. So this is our sub bass. I'm actually moving up one to make it more obvious if you're on a smartphone or a tablet listening to this. And now we want to add in a little bit of edge to those sine wavy sub bass sounds here to make it cut a little more through our mix. And we can do that by adding a bit of upper harmonics to it. We can actually right click and uncheck the draw odd harmonics only, because we can draw everything up here just slightly. It depends a bit on how much edge you're looking for. You can also shift those phases down here, maybe exaggerate one and other ones just slightly applied. And if you want to emphasize on one of those harmonics here, so if we go back down one octave and listen to it in the real sub mode now, we have this sub sine bass with a bit of an edge if we compare it to a standard sine wave here. And you can always adjust those even and odd harmonics according to your sound and notes. So this is how you would get your sub bass cut a bit more through your mix, for example, with using only the harmonic editor in Serum. Alright, let's take a look at importing audio in Serum, and let's take a closer look at the initial importing modes. So I have the sample here, and if I drag it over oscillator A, you see those yellow modes popping up. So you have to decide where to go to, and it might not be that obvious in the beginning. So we have this first option, normal, and this one basically scans your audio file and builds a pitch map, and it's not really suitable for complex sounds. So if you have a lot of pitching and stuff in a sound, that one wouldn't necessarily be the right one. The second one though is more suited for complex sounds. For example, if you have chorus or unison or resonances or something in your sound, you could go for that one. The third one, whenever in doubt, would be your first choice, because that one is rather created for one-shot samples with a nearly perfect pitch where the sound remains more or less on one pitch. And well, it's typically the best choice to go for in the beginning. And down here, we have those FFT modes, 265, 512, and so on. And these import modes divide the source audio into snippets of time, so small snippets, and analyze the spectral content. And you can use them on, for example, drum loops or speech or other material where you want the flavor of the sound for some abstract purposes. Now, we have this one-shot type sample here, and we would rather go for the third import mode here. Okay, so let's load an actual external audio file into Serum, and you see on this track here, I have this synth easy sound prepared. We're going to pick that one up and load it into Serum via drag and drop on oscillator A. So I'm picking the third option now. Constant frame size, pitch average. And well, this is what happens. Now we see one dimension of this wave table. If we look into it, we see, okay, we have a lot of frames here, but there's not too much going to happen in the back. If I actually just solo this track now here and play something, well, that's not what we're looking for. So now let's go into our Wavetable Editor and analyze our frames. So we have our first frame, okay. And then it's sort of, sliding out here, and there's not too much going on here anymore. We might as well, after frame 38 something, we might as well stop playing stuff here and add remove selected frame towards the end. So now we are left with 37 frames here. And if we take a look, this is what we have. Over time, first we have a higher attack, and then we have the tail of the sound. So now, if we go back and take a look at the 3D representation here, you see it's getting a bit clearer that the sound starts here and it kind of fades out over time. So if I'm playing something now, I also have to take into account that the wavetable position really matters. If we are playing with a static one, this is what happens. Because we're just playing this waveform here. If we want to replicate this sound, we need to go over time. So something like that. I need to move the wavetable position at the same time when I play my notes. So how can we do that? We automate it. So I'm taking this LFO here. I'm telling it to start at the beginning and end high, something like that. And I'm putting that one to the bottom here. I'm placing that LFO on top of this wavetable. So now what I'm expecting is it to move to the back. I actually only want it to move to the back and never come back. So I'm selecting envelope. Just follow the envelope one time and then stop doing anything. Okay, not bad. So let's actually increase the rate here because the tempo is pretty slow still. Okay, 16 seems fine. Actually, we need to adjust our back here and really go up and never come back. So now we are staying in the back here with the sound. We compare it to our original sound. Okay. It's not too bad, actually. Now we need to make sure we are not really sticking to that last wavetable here, and that behavior needs to be adjusted in our overall envelope number 1 for the amplifier. So I'm taking that one down. I'm actually looking to make a pluck here. So we are already finished with our envelope when reaching the end of the sound. I'm taking down the decay a bit more. Now we're getting closer to our original sound, and actually to make our Pluck sound really nice, I'm adding in a filter. I'm also taking a second envelope to control the cutoff of this filter. Well, it should sort of be shaped the same as the first one. We could even think of taking the first one. I'm just dropping that one off here. Actually, maybe we want to use it unidirectional, or we could use it bidirectional as well. Let's see how that sounds. Can bring up the level a little bit here. Now compare that to our original sound. It's not too bad actually. We can also throw an effect on top of it now, for example, a reverb. Very interesting, and you kind of want to take a look at your first waveform here. And we have this attacky bit. And in the previous section, we learned we can edit this single one and put in fade edges. Maybe that's too heavy. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But it's still fine. So let's keep it that way. And now that's a cool way of entering your own sounds and then using them. Of course, you can also load up wavetables and treat them totally different, but loading in a Pluck sound and adjusting the wavetable position over time for a Pluck sound and then using the filter to play that Pluck sound really works here. We could even think of adding in a second oscillator now with a saw wave, feed that into the filter as well. Layer new sounds. So very interesting. Another way of entering sounds into Serum would be the noise oscillator. And it's very interesting. In Serum, you can just pick up a sample from Ableton, for example, or some other place, and then drag it onto your noise oscillator, which has to be activated before. So let's drag it in here. You're getting the green plus, and it's loading up that sound in here. So let me take off the two oscillators for a second and play this sound now. We are only playing the noise oscillator. So by default, we are repeating, and let's put it to one-shot mode here. But since our notes are playing repeatedly, one shot is not enough. We also want to follow those notes, so key trigger on. Now we also need to adjust our pitch, and we can actually combine it with the actual sound here to find the right pitch by ear. So noise works nicely, and if you drag stuff in like that, you can save the thing and it will be part of your preset. Also, now we can check again if we understood correctly what those phase and rand knobs are doing. Phase, I would expect moving the phase means I'm moving over time at a different phase position in that sample. Let's listen in. Now we're only playing tail from here. If we go back, we're getting more into this part and then more into the attack. And if we bring up randomizing, it randomizes starting points inside of this sample. Let's see what that does. So that's pretty obvious. Sometimes it starts at the beginning and sometimes somewhere in the middle of the sample. So we kind of have this phase and randomizing concept very clearly applied here. So these are two options of loading in audio in Serum. Of course, you could also import it via the Wavetable Editor here, and I'll just do the same thing again, drag stuff, and then you will have the same thing as before, and you have this long tail, and you, in this case, would have to cut that off a little bit here again. Okay, so let's take a look at the global section here on the right. So let's click on it and also make sure we are still working with the init patch, so everything's in the same position. And you see we have a couple of preferences and settings here, and everything in the upper part is relevant here. So we have chaos modulators, we have unison controls, preferences, oscillator settings, and our version number down here. So if we take a look at the oscillator seconds here on the right, we can activate and deactivate our two main oscillators with those switches, and we can also set the quality settings for those. Actually, we can set them into draft mode if it's not important, if the sound is great or not at the moment and you want to save CPU, this is the way to go. But as you could read in this little tooltip here, it sets the plugin into oversampling mode, and it's recommended to have it at 2 times or 4 times. If you're creating sounds and you want to like sort of warp and play them slower later, it makes sense to oversample with 4 times here. But that one will also increase your CPU drastically, so bear that in mind. If you have a lot of instances of Serum running, that might be a problem. Next to it, here on the right, we have the fine-tuning for our noise oscillator. So if we go into the oscillators back and we activate our noise oscillator and select something that has a sound. Actually play this one. And now we want to pitch it. And we want to fine-tune this pitching. We can do that here in our fine-tuning. So this is going to be very precise now. Also, we have the possibility down here to switch the frequency of our A note, which is usually at 440 Hertz. And say we have to play live with Serum and we are playing together with the guitar player and this guitar is kind of pitched differently. You could adjust your Serum device accordingly using this frequency knob or control here. Now, moving to the preferences here, they're pretty self-explanatory. You can like set default waveform overview type from 2D to 3D. If you activate this, also you can always save your changes by clicking this little save button here. And then you make sure you reload Serum to see your changes. And below that you have piano hidden by default. Like if we don't want this piano down here, we could like always tell it to hide the piano keyboard, and then we don't have it, and then make this state our default mode. Also, you can limit the polyphony to 1 of any note number. And also very important, you see it popping up here all the time. And you could see it before here. What's the next option? If I hover over here, you're getting this little tooltip, and I can activate and deactivate those tooltips here. Also down here it says show values when adjusting controls. And for example, if we have one of those controls here where there's no value next to it and we're adjusting it, like this chaos rate here, it shows the value. And if I deactivate this one, it doesn't show the value anymore. Also, now deactivated, but might be useful, you can silence the effect tails when your host transport stops. So what is that? For example, if we have a reverb playing behind our sound or a delay, maybe a delay is even better, feedback up and mix up. So now we have this delay here. Well, if we tell it to silence effect tails when host transport stops, what happens? Well, you see what should happen. There's actually a little bit of a bug, but you see if I take this off, so the effect still goes on, and it's supposed not to still go on when I hit this knob here. You can double click for typable values on controls. If you activate this one, could be quite handy. And also double click to reset controls instead of hitting Command and then clicking. So this will reset always to the init value here. If I change this one, Command and that, and you could do that with double click if you activate this. And now you also have Mod Wheel, controls the wavetable position when Wavetable Editor is open, and also disable mouse wheel for parameters. For example, if I click in here and I drag around my mouse wheel, it adjusts the parameters, and this will disable this effect. Okay, moving over to the chaos section up here. These are chaotic or kind of random modulators for any type of destination. So for example, if we place them on our first oscillator here in the level, can bring the level down a little bit and then right click and select modulation source chaos 1. And now go back to our tab and play around with this rate. And actually, if I'm holding a note, kind of chaotically adjust the level here with sort of random pattern, and I can also sync it to the BPM. We can also work on it on a chord. And now it's treating everything very chaotic, and if we put it into mono, this switch just says if you want to treat all those played out notes basically with the same chaos, or every played out note with different type of chaos. And below we have a sample and hold option as well available. You can add that one in, and if you quickly take a look at how it actually works, it makes the output only update at perfect rhythmic divisions based on the frequency knobs. We have 2 of those chaos knobs available, and we can use the second one as well. And also it's important to note that other than the oscillators A and B, those 2 chaos knobs are slightly different, and the second chaos source is working with a different algorithm. So this is the chaos section, and now we move on to the unison section, and I'm actually going to reset our init preset here quickly. So we remove all those chaos modulators and go to oscillator A and select 4 voices, detuning down a little bit, and play it. And going back to the globals tab, with this unison control, we can control the range. Like, how much are we going to offset voices that are duplicated in the unison? And by default, we can only go out 2 semitones. And this probably is enough for most of the cases, but you could go out more. So if I were to increase the range to something like 7 or 8, it's really off. Going back to only 0 and 1 or 1. Okay, so you can increase or decrease your range here. And we also can edit our width, like how much are we walking out in the stereo spectrum. And by default, it's in the highest mode, but we can also like limit this one. And stay detuned, but more centered. Now we can also control the warp modes here, but in this case we need to activate one of those warp modes. So I'm going into the warp mode here and I'm selecting something like our mirror, and let's put this in here. So now we have 4 voices playing this type of mirror and they're detuned a bit. And what we can do now is go back to the Globals tab. And if we change this value, we can change the starting positions for the phases of our voices. So let's try that out. So very interesting. Wavetable position works kind of similar. In this case, we need a wavetable with more than one waveform. So I'm going to select one of the digital ones. Let's go for Debussy, this one, and go in here somewhere. Now we have a lot of different wavetables here to choose from. And now we can go back to the Globals tab and let's adjust the wavetable positions here for the Unison. What wavetable position in Unison is doing is if you increase the value, it will try to find more neighboring waveforms in your wavetable and play your additional Unison voices with those ones adjacent. And you can walk into both directions of your wavetable. In stack mode, we are able to play more octaves on top by default. So if I'm hitting one note now, I'm just playing that octave. And if I stack up one octave on top, it will always play those 2 octaves simultaneously. I can stack one more on top even. And if I go on, I can even stack up the 7th here. And below we have the mode for our Unison, which is by default in linear. If we go back into the oscillator and take a look at detuning here. So if we put in like say 7 voices, you see the distance between those voices is always the same because it's linear. If I were to adjust it to say super and go back and take a look, now it's increasing to the outer ones. And if I go back and go to exponential, it's increasing exponentially towards the outer lying ones. And if we go back to say random, well, this is just the opposite of exponential. And if we go to random, we have always random outcomes here for those detuning adjustments. So these are the options available for your Unison in the Global tab. And let's move on to the next chapter. So in this part, we're taking a look at the matrix section here, where all the modulations are listed in a nice overview. But first set up a modulation with your LFO1, select that one and place it onto the filter. So we activate our filter. Right now we have, and since it's not at 12 o'clock anymore, I'm placing an LFO on top and that one is going into one direction, so unidirectional. And now we have an LFO applied here. Let's take down the cutoff a little bit. Now, if we go back into our matrix, we can see our first modulation is completely listed here. So we have source was our LFO down here. Then the destination is our filter cutoff, and the type of routing is unidirectional. So this clicking would result in bidirectional, clicking again unidirectional. So you can actually control for that. Now you have the arc around the middle of your cutoff knob, and this way you're getting it on top of your cutoff knob. There's that. And also here we can control the amount of modulation going on. Okay, so behind we have also an aux source parameter available and output and stuff like that. So very interesting in Serum would be automating the dry wet of your LFO, because so if we click on source, we have different types of sources available here for possible modulations. For example, our LFOs or macros or pitch bend, and actually pitch bend, aftertouch, and our mod wheel are those more external modulation sources that can be used as well. So it could be an interesting effect. For example, if you have a MIDI keyboard or a keyboard that supports aftertouch control. We can do the same thing with our destinations. So we have a list of destinations available here, everything in our first oscillator, everything in the B oscillator down here, noise and sub oscillators. So if you know your ways in Serum and you want to save time, you can do a lot of things inside of your modulation matrix without skipping around the interface of the synthesizer. Also, we have global down here, and we have master tuning and amplifier for the master. These are not actually available controls in the interface. So if you want to control them, you can select them here in the list. For example, you could use global master tuning here. And then with this switch, you could already, let's play something. You can play around with the tuning of all our oscillators. I'm setting it back to constant value here. We also can click on aux sources, and we have another list of sources available here as well. And that's quite interesting because, for example, we can select aux source macro number 1 here for our LFO filter cutoff modulation. And maybe you had that problem before in Serum. Sometimes it would be quite handy to have a dry wet knob for your LFO. So quickly taking that off. And let's go into a scenario where we could actually use this aux source. Now, if you go back into the oscillator and you play around with your LFO, sometimes you want to apply a bit less of the LFO with a sort of dry wet knob. So you have this smooth parameter here. Which sort of softens the effect of the LFO, but the problem is if we try to drag a macro onto that one and control it, well, it's not really possible. It's not really controllable with a macro, and that would be kind of handy to have. So if we go back to our matrix, using an aux source will actually solve this problem, because now we can go in there, select macro number 1 as aux source for this modulation, and make sure to adjust how much this LFO effect should actually be applied. So now we have an easy control for the dry wet of this applied modulation. Now you can also see we have an output behind here. We can even control the overall output of this type of modulation. And we have those curve parameters here. So if I'm playing around with that one, Now we take down this macro a little bit. And by default, with a linear curve and a macro halfway up, the LFO effect wouldn't be that noticeable. But now we are moving up the curve and we are exaggerating the movement of this fader, and then it's earlier up in heavier usage, even if we're just halfway up here. Also works the other way around. Very little application, even if we are very close to the final position. So this curve is showing us the actual application of the LFO will really come last minute. So a lot of inertia before we are actually reaching the destination here of this knob. This is what this curve is doing, and that one just behaves exactly the same way. So there you have your curves. Now between our destinations and aux sources, we also have this mod area here where we can go in and play it just the way it is, bypass it or invert it. So bypassing, no LFO modulation taking place. Inverting, there's something taking place, but what actually happens here? Let's try to point that out a bit more obviously. And I'm setting it back to the original mode, and let's set up a second modulation with a second LFO. I'm going back into this view so we can see clearly what we're doing. Take LFO number 2 and place it on the filter cutoff as well. And now we are just turning around this shape of that LFO like this, and we are increasing its rate to 32. So this is what we're getting here. Now let's go back into our matrix, and here's our second list entry now. We have LFO2, destination filter cutoff, and well, you know what? Let's also control that one with the macro number 1, this one, but invert it to this application up here. So now when we apply LFO number 1, the second one shouldn't be applied at all if that one is applied fully, and also the other way around. Let's put this one into extreme mode. Let's put it into the other extreme. And let's mix those two. So you could mix LFOs on one filter with this type of routing, and if you have the feeling this fast LFO is a bit too much, you can take down the output of this type of modulation here. And just put in this rapid movement but slightly applied. More softly, more subtly in the background. Okay, so this is the Modulation Matrix. Very powerful tool as well, because with those aux sources you're still entering a new dimension of possibilities here. Alright, let's take a look at velocity and note down here in this area. We can actually use our velocity of our MIDI information to modulate other knobs up here in the oscillator controls. So I have a MIDI file prepared here, an arpeggio moving up, and you can see all notes are climbing up the ladder. We are moving up. And also the velocities are increasing over time. And this one has the highest velocity, we have the lowest velocity here. So if we go back into our synth, take a look again at this velocity down here, we see this green line walking up. So it triggers that information from the MIDI file, and now we can use that to place an automation on our filter, for example. So I'm dragging it onto the cutoff and bringing it back a little bit. So just by playing those notes with different velocities, we are opening up the filter. Now, very handy, because sometimes when you're using your synth to play in live mode and you have both hands on the keyboard, you can actually emphasize with velocity to open up your filter. So if we take a look at the matrix, we see everything has been nicely placed into the matrix as well. Our source is the velocity down here. This is the amount, and our destination is the filter cutoff. And now we can use this curve of the velocity here to change from linear to more extreme applications of this velocity on the filter. So we could move it up, and now even lower velocities would kind of open the filter up already more. And the other way around, you need a lot of velocity to really open a lot on the filter now. Okay, so this is how that works. Now we have this note pattern that is wandering up in our pitch, and we can also use that for this note control here. I'm actually going to right click and bypass the filter cutoff on that one and drag the note on the filter cutoff as well, bringing it down slightly, maybe like this. And now let's see if we can do the same thing with our note. Now you see it's a lot more subtly because we have 88 notes available on our piano, for example, and now we are just staying within one octave, so very much in the middle of our piano. And the range is just not high enough here, so we could, to emphasize it a little more, open up the filter cutoff. Or make it a bit more obvious like this. Or if you want to listen to it even more obvious, we can take down those lower notes by one octave. And that one up one octave. And we can increase the range on the filter to point it out even more clearly. So this is how you can use note and velocity for modulation of filters and other parts in your synth. So let's make a bass sound, and we have this pattern here prepared. So we have short bass notes, and now let's go into Serum and create the init patch here. And so we're starting with the default setup, and let's actually go to Oscillator A and select Basic Shapes and take a square wave, this one here, and put up the filter. Now, if we go back, we are at A1 and F1, so we are quite low in our notes. Now, let's go down one octave in our oscillator here. So I'm bringing that one down. And if you play around with the cutoff of the filter, and now let's go to the effects section and select the distortion. And add a little bit of drive to that sound. So this is always quite handy if you want to add a bit of punch to your bass sound and you want to beef them up a little bit, this distortion. You can also try out different modes. But let's keep it at the tube for now. And let's go back to the oscillator section, and Well, we have those semitones here, so we can adjust the pitch of our bass sound. And let's actually control that one with an envelope. Let's take the second envelope and actually put it up by one tone. And now drag this envelope up here. And you see it entered in the upper part. And now we can bring it back one semitone here and drag it up all the way. This is what we have now. We are back one octave up, but we want this pitchy effect in the beginning of the sound. So I'm bringing down the sustain and decay levels. Just this little edge here. Also, we can play around with the first envelope, the one controlling our amplifier. And if we bring down decay and sustain a little bit, we can also shape our bass sound nicely to our song if we want it longer. Or maybe we want more release on it, so drag that one up. Could even add in the noise here on the sound. So if you activate noise and go in there and select some of those attack sounds, for example, attack kicks. And one-shot mode. Can actually look for a different sound maybe. And mix it in with the level here. If we're just looking for this little clicky part on top of the sound, that's one way to go, for example, to make it cut through. And that way you can also create those percussive sounding bass sounds. For example, if we were to get some harmonics here, for example, air can. Can actually also shape the envelope for this level here. So let's take the third one and drag it up on the level knob. And you see now we have this unidirectional shape here. And let's just tell the envelope to go up all the way and then come back down quickly. So like this as well. Maybe like this, for example, pitch. We could also follow our notes. Well, always depending on what we're looking for. And now you could also think of, well, maybe I want to make one of those long bass sounds. Play different MIDI, for example, such a MIDI file. Now this is clearly not the right sound setup for this type of MIDI information, so we would go back to the envelope and bring up decay and sustain here. And also take off this modulation here, and maybe even the complete sound. And also take off this pitchy control envelope number 2 on the semitones here, bypass. We could even bring up the attack a little bit now. Just want to make sure we remove all the modulators here. And now you could imagine well, a second sound on that bass, for example. And if we go to Oscillator B and enable that one, we start with another saw wave here, put it through the filter. And that one is now 1 octave higher. And if we go into the Unison and put in like 4 voices, you can make this fat kind of bass sound. If you detune it a bit less, you could even imagine a noise on top of that one, but in this case analog and some usual white noise. So I'm taking J106. And now it turns into one of those bass kind of pads. Actually, bring our noise through the filter here as well. Bring the level up here. Okay, and now you could also imagine adding in a fat sub bass below that one. So we have a bit of sub frequencies already with this square synth here, and we want to make sure we are not interfering with any sub synths. So what we are doing is go to the effects section and add in an EQ. Bring that one into low cut mode. Bring down a bit of this resonance blob here. And move the frequency up. Actually bring the cutoff a little bit up here. And now let's look for the right frequency. So let's go to 115 maybe, so we have a bit of room for our sub sine wave that is going to be introduced now in Oscillator sub here, in that one. We take off the other oscillators for a minute. Noise as well. So we need to go down 1 octave and select the second shape here. That one has a bit more edge to it. Now you need good monitor speakers or headphones to actually hear that sound. And now you can go to direct out. So we are bypassing all this effect section here, and also we are bypassing the filter section. And now it has a lot of power. We just add this below our other bass synths here. So this way we can sort of treat our sub frequencies a bit differently and make a bit of a separation. Sub goes out directly to the master, and those upper bass sounds here, especially that one, are treated on the filter and on the effects section. So this is how you make a basic, more trappy kind of bass in the beginning, and here a more longer bass for holding bass notes. Alright, so let's make a basic pad sound, and we are going to play this pattern here. And let's go back and load up Serum, and in a preset we're starting with the default settings, and let's select analog basic shapes and go to the saw wave in this case. Also activate the filter right away. A is already inside. It already sounds pretty nice if you just put a filter on such a saw wave, but let's actually try to get a bit less attack on it. So I'm putting the attack up on our first envelope here. Maybe stay at 80 milliseconds. And also we could add in a bit of release. Okay, so let's turn on Oscillator B and also go to our basic shapes and look for a square wave, 4th one, this one here, and also send that one through the filter. Okay, and we could also add in a sub oscillator, but play it in the same octaves here to add this sinus kind of feel. And select this one here, a bit more edgy sine wave. Actually bring down the master. Yeah, and the sub oscillator also runs through the filter now. Because with the sine wave inside, when the filter is closed, it sounds warmer. So if you're looking for that in your pad sounds or in somewhat a lead sound or something, a sine wave is a good way to put in this warm feeling here. Now to make it sound a bit more like an analog synth or something, you could even add in a noise. Select one of those JP high pass noises. And now we send that one through the filter as well. So it comes up very late. And now let's adjust the level here. So this is a very beautiful sound. Just the way it sounds very standard already is really cool. I'm going to put a macro control onto this filter here and call it cut off. Now of course we could work on this sound and for example detune our oscillator A. Maybe with 4 voices. We could do the same thing on our square wave here. We are looking for this type of wider sound. take down the master a little bit. You could even throw an LFO onto the cutoff here just for fun, but it's not necessary. But if you're looking for movement in your sound, you could go that way. I'm bypassing that one for now. And let's throw on a reverb effect to get a bit of depth to the sound. Reverb activated. So there it is. That's already enough. We don't need that much. So size down to 10 o'clock maybe and mix to 9 o'clock. Okay, pretty nice sound. Now you could also get movement into your wavetables, and for example with LFO number 1. But to make that happen, we need actually a table with more subtables. So if we go back into digital, for example, and take Evol Sweep, this one, we see we have a bit of a couple of subtables that are being calculated here. So now we can just take this wavetable position knob and like modulate through that one. And do that at a certain rate. So I'm putting that one on wavetable position here. So maybe you want movement in your pads, so this is a pretty good way to go. Also, in the end, you might want to put in an EQ and put a low cut in there, because sometimes those lower frequencies want to be occupied by bass sounds. So there's a nice basic pad sound to work with from now on. Alright, so let's create a Pluck Sound, and we are playing this pattern. And if I'm loading up Serum and we go to Init preset and take down the master a little bit, let's quickly play the pluck. Okay, so these are the notes, and let's get started with Serum. And right now we have our init patch with Oscillator A playing, and the first thing we want to do is activate the filter and take up the master volume. We are going to keep the filter a bit lower. Here's envelope number 1, and let's pick envelope number 2 and assign it to the filter cutoff. And since it wasn't at 12 o'clock anymore, we have this unidirectional curve here. It's not bidirectional now. The filter will follow this shape here. So I'm bringing down the cutoff a little bit. And well, let's bring down the decay and also the sustain quite a bit. Even more, decay down and sustain. Maybe 11% and this around 300 milliseconds. It's getting more interesting here, so let's bring it even down further. Depending a bit on what type of pluckiness you're looking for. Okay, and also bring up the Unison to 2 voices here. And detuning down. And we still have a bit of resonance playing along here, so I'm taking down the resonance. If I'm bringing it up, so that would be the resonance effect here. And let's bring down the level a bit further here and play around with our basic shape. This is our saw wave, and if we go to analog basic shapes, we have a sine wave here. This is what a pluck sounds on a sine wave. Let's go to the next one, saw. And let's go to the next one, triangle. Also nice. Move one up, square wave. So maybe we want to mix a saw wave and put a oscillator 2 or oscillator B on and select analog basic shapes and select a square wave here, so 12 o'clock. Send that one to filter as well. Bring down the level. Only oscillator B. Also 2 voices. Now we can mix and match with the levels of both of these to create the different character in the sound. And maybe we take down the cutoff a bit more here. We can actually assign a macro control to our cutoff, so we can always trigger that one here. And let's go back to envelope number 2 and play around with the release knob and see if we can enter a bit of release. See, the effect of the release on our filter isn't that great, so I'm bringing it back and I'm actually going to envelope number 1, the overall amp envelope. And you can actually also bring down the sustain a little bit here with a shorter decay. And now bring up the release here to give it a bit of release feel. And if we bring up sustain slightly, you're getting a bit of tail on the sound. And if we shape our second envelope with a bit longer sustain here and a bit more decay and a bit more release. So you can play around with these, and also decay is always interesting to play around with or automate. Now, we could also think of adding a bit more edge to the sound with a noise on top. So let's go to noise and take off both of these oscillators and see if we can route it through our filter and bring up the level, pitch up. Well, actually, let's try a different one, Organics Air Can 1. That one seems quite nice to cut through the mix. Let's put on oscillator A and B. Well, it's still a bit long in its sustain, so maybe we want to bring this envelope here, or maybe we take the third envelope and automate the level here. So I'm bringing that down. I'm dragging the third envelope onto the level, and I'm kind of taking it very short here. Just have it snap up and then it goes back. Just for the initial transient of the sound. Now we can bring down this modulation a little bit so we don't go all the way up here. Okay, we can also add in effects like a delay, for example. I'm adding in a bit of delay, feedback down. And let's bring the right one to, say, 1/8, like this. Less feedback, less mix. And if we have the feeling that we can cut off a couple of frequencies to make other elements in the track stand out, we go to EQ, activate EQ behind our delay and put in a low cut, for example. So this one here. And now we have this bump here in the low mids. And maybe we can bring the Q down to take that one out. And if we had to emphasize on our higher frequencies, we could select a high shelf here on the upper part of our EQ spectrum and bring the gain up on that one slightly. Of course, you can also imagine a bit of reverb on that sound. So activate the reverb, maybe also before the EQ or after. Well, no, let's do it before. Bring down size and mix. And low cut up and high cut up as well. Notice the difference in the high frequencies of the reverb with this high cut knob. Sometimes you're not looking for this clouding out and then you can cut it off. Maybe you only want the room effect but not this clouding effect, so this is what you can do with a high cut here, and let's on off. So we're adding a bit of depth to the sound. Now, if you wanted a bit more edgy, you could also put in the distortion up here, for example, and just give it a bit more drive. Could also be interesting on a Pluck Sound, but I'm taking it off here. And another thing that could be interesting is the filter type that you select, because that one is a low cut Moog type, low cut 12 decibels, and it's not the steepest curve here. So maybe you're looking for a steeper curve, so you select 18. That one closing down more strictly, or 24. Always getting a bit more plucky if it's steeper and less plucky if it's wider. I kind of like 18, but I like these lower plugs, and then you can add a bit of drive, for example, here. Also, kind of a similar effect like the distortion effect here, but that one is taking place before this filter here, and it acts like a slight saturator. And you can also add a bit of edge to your sound if you put up the Portamento. So it gets a bit pitchy in the beginning. Well, actually we can achieve that effect with a bit of like detuning and pitchiness, also with fine-tuning those two oscillators a bit in opposite directions. If we take down the fine here, like very slightly -5 and go +4 or +6 something here. So these are a couple of ideas how to put together a Pluck Sound in Serum, and let's go to the next one. Okay, so let's design a basic lead sound, and we are playing this lead pattern here. Okay, and as you can see, we are playing this Pluck Sound next to it, but I can take it down. So it's just there to give the harmonies, and the lead sound sounds a bit more interesting. And now let's go into into this lead sound here, open up Serum and reset it to init. So this is how we start. With a lead sound like that one, you might want to put on your mono voicing down here. And also put it on legato. Now we can make it glide with the Portamento here. Okay, so this is the typical setup for a lead sound. We put it into mono, we put it a bit into gliding mode, and now we can tweak our oscillators and add in effects. For example, we could put in a second oscillator, so oscillator B here. We'll look for something interesting, maybe a wavetable, maybe FFT add seconds, for example. Let's put that one in and go through it. Oh yeah, that looks quite interesting. Put on the filter and put oscillator B also through the filter, and let's play it. Let's listen to only oscillator B. So this would be an interesting part to mix in. So let's put up the level of oscillator A again. And you can give this one several voices, for example, 5 or something. Even the first one can get like 2 voices. So I'm taking the detuning down here. And you can put on effects. For example, on a lead sound, you could put on a reverb and a delay, maybe behind the reverb in this case. 1/8 and ping pong maybe. Taking a bit of feedback away and a bit more mix. Could also put in a flanger maybe. Or a phaser. seems to be a typical lead effect chain, for example, a bit phasing, a bit reverb, a bit delay. We could reduce the phasing. Let's go back to the oscillators and add a bit of noise into it as well. Put it through the filter. Maybe a bit less now. And bring the cutoff down to check. Levels down of noises. And of course you can walk a bit through those wavetables with an LFO, so put that one onto wavetable position, for example. And play around with the rate here. Maybe triplets, 8 and triplets. You can also think of like bending this one a little bit with the same LFO. So I'm putting it onto this warp mode here, and let's select one of those like asymmetrical warp modes. Taking oscillator B down a bit. And you can turn it into a vibrato by bringing up the LFO rate here. Or we could delay this LFO a little bit to have a clear note in the beginning and then like rise it in there. Let's delay it by, say, I'm taking off the triplets and I'm taking 16th note and I make it rise for another 16th note. Now it's always first playing the note and then adds in this kind of vibrato feeling. And if you have the feeling this effect is a bit too much, we can smoothen it out here. Okay, so this would be making a simple lead sound with Serum, voicing to mono, a bit of Portamento to make it glide, and then reverb and delay effects, maybe a phaser or something, or even a distortion. And then you can like mess around with the movement in your wavetable positions and in the bending and so on. Alright, so let's make some kind of riser effect, and let's quickly close it, and we just play one long note over 2 bars, and let's load up an instance of Serum and pick a new init preset. And what we want to do is make some sort of rising pitch effect or something. So we have our first oscillator here, and the first thing we want to do is play around with the pitches, and in this case we're using the coarse pitches here, those guys. I'm setting it to some value. And now I'm picking the second envelope and I'm assigning it to that one, and it creates modulation in the upper part. You can also put it into the lower part, but I'm going to start in the upper part. We're starting at the highest value and then we're following this curve here. So let me take down the base value to half, and so there's nothing here, and we have this in the upper part now. And now I can manipulate the shape of the envelope and just go like this. So we started up really high. Let's actually go a bit lower, maybe like this. And you see our note is 2 bars long, and we are sooner at this point here, and then we are staying just at our sustain level. But we could sort of increase the decay time, or even more than that. You can actually lock this in, so we're always at the length of this decay time and shape. Sometimes you're looking for those types of effects for your transitions. You could also turn it the other way around. So I'm taking this pitch arc down here. Maybe don't start that low. So where are we? Here. Now we could also sort of create a filter on top of that. And maybe control that one with an LFO. So I'm picking the first LFO and I'm taking a preset sidechain, for example, here. Let's actually bring the start down and assign it to filter cutoff. Go back into this pitch arc here, up here, and turn it around. Let's start in the top part. Something like that. And let's enter a couple of voices in the Unison section. And we could take an EQ here in our effect section and take away some of the harmonics, of the lower harmonics. So I'm taking a low cut filter, bring down the Q here, bring up the frequency and play it. Maybe we're just looking for this effect in the higher frequencies. And now let's add a bit of noise to it. And throw that one through the filter as well. And maybe start it a bit later. Go nuts with the detuning. And more voices. Very interesting. And now we can add, for example, reverbs and delays. Maybe less feedback here, less mix. Or maybe delay behind the reverb, so like this, and EQ before all of that. Of course, you could also manipulate the waveform here. If we take a look at other waveforms, what could we use? Maybe Dirty Saw. Could even use the same rhythmic LFO to like run through this position, wavetable position. And also to bend it, like a mirror or something. Let's go back into this view and see what's happening here. So this is basically how you could make simple effects with Serum, and you can make risers and like those waterfall type effects or whatever comes to mind. There's so many possibilities to modulate and to manipulate waveforms, wavetables and noises and all that. So this is just a simple effect, and let's go on to the next video.
So there's also an effects version of Serum available. You can drop it behind any synthesizer, for example Massive, but it comes also very handy if you combine it with Serum itself. You have this nice lead sound here, and you're using this reverb as a sound design tool. It has to be at this part of the chain, right in front of the compressor, but you want to replace this reverb with something else, or with another reverb basically. So what you can do is you can just throw the FX version of Serum behind your lead sound, and then you just load up the same preset, and then you can just deactivate the effects before the reverb and the reverb. And on the synth, you're just doing the opposite. So, and now you can just easily drag in another reverb in between those two versions of Serum. So now we have the synth reverb in between, and then we have our effects. If I'm playing now, you will notice that the LFO won't move. So what we have to do is you create a MIDI clip, and then basically you're getting your input from Serum track number 2, this is this one, and you're going out to Serum as well, and then you're choosing this one, Serum FX, then you go on in. So, and now let's go back to Serum effects, and as you can see now it's moving. Okay, nice. But also, for example, you have like some woodwinds and brasses, and they're okay but not great, and you wanna beef them up a bit. And you remember you had this really nice chain. So you load in your Serum. You can see we have some modulations, but now it's not moving. So we're doing the same thing here again. MIDI clip. We're taking input from track 1. We're going out to track 1. Serum FX here. Put it on in, and then you can basically move it somewhere you don't need it anymore. Okay, so let's have a listen now. Okay, already cool. But then of course you know some nice tricks here in Serum, for example, running this multi-band mode. Okay, and maybe it's nice to do some pitch envelope here. I really like the Fab filter, stuff, for example, timeless and the nice reverb here. If you have some piano or some strings and you don't have the possibility to modulate the sound, you can do this here using the envelopes on different kind of effects. You can also use the velocity and the note modulation. Okay, so let's go to the next episode. Okay, this is going to be a quick one, but I think a cool new way to explore your preset bank. For example, as you can see, you have this nice effect chain here, and you just want to keep that effect chain, but with different oscillators and all those envelopes and LFOs. So all you have to do is right-click here, lock effect track. Now you can just skip through the presets and this effect track will always stay the same. Of course, you can also, for example, lock oscillator A. And now we'll see this will remain. Of course, you can also lock just different parameters, but only those who can be modulated. For example, rate is possible and rise, delay not. So you can't do here anything. So you can just keep different things and like skip through your preset bank and come up with maybe something really interesting and creative and unique. Okay, let's go to the next episode. In order to make those modern soft synthesizers sounding more analog, we have to try to insert a lot of movement and like variation so that the synth doesn't sound that static. Now I will show you just a few possibilities you have. So first of all, of course, we're going to take an analog wavetable. So the easiest thing here, for example, we could go for this wavetable here, because also this has some, it has a movement here in the wavetable we could use. So let's compare. Not that different. So let's move this a little bit up here. And maybe we just take here an LFO. And we would just want to have a small movement here. And not too fast, maybe over a bar. Okay, so this is number one. Number two is, of course, especially when you're playing with saw waves, you want to have some unison. But those old analog synthesizers, they don't have unison. So the way you do it is you're taking two oscillators and you fine-tune the one and the other in the opposite way. And we're taking, of course, the same wavetable here. And let's take another LFO here and find another spot. Okay, now this is pitched up, this is pitched down. Let's play. Of course, now what we have to do is pan it to the left and to the right to get the same effect you have when using here this unison. So let's pan this left and this one right. Now you could also change a bit the phase. So another thing we could do is, of course, change something here in the pitch, in this coarse pitch. And for that, we could use actually the first time this chaos modulators here and right click on the coarse pitch. And then we're going to select mod source is chaos 1, and we're just taking the chaos 1, I think. 2 is a little bit too intense and messy. So we're taking this one, and we're doing the same for oscillator B as well. Where it is here. So let's listen. Of course, now this is too much. First, we want to set this to mono. We're going down with the rate. Okay, and now let's control this here in the Matrix tab. We don't want to have this big movement. So let's say 2 is enough, and we can go here like -2. No, let's do the same. Even 2 is too much, so 1. And then we can just reduce the amount of this effect by taking this output down. And let's control again the chaos 1 here rate. We could do another thing with the pitch. We could like say that I want to have a slightly different pitch every time I hit a note. Now let's do this with the Matrix tab. You're going to choose your source, so your modulator, and here we want to have note on random. So every time you're hitting a note, it will randomize the destination by this amount you're setting up here. So we want to have note random, and then we're going to oscillator A fine, and same with B fine. So fine was this one. Let's move the amount up. Okay. Just a little bit. You can already hear it, maybe a little bit more. And we could also take number 2 for the oscillator B. We are reducing the amount here. And now we could also like modulate the volume, and again we could use this random note. So this is the other way to do it. Right click, then choose this one. I don't know why, but now it's grayed out, this sign here, this halo. So we go to the Matrix tab, and we again reducing here the amount. And we want to have this bidirectional. And then we don't need this big movement here. And we can reduce it here again. Okay, so last thing we could do is add a little bit of distortion. We're going on mix around here and again randomize with the note. And let's go to the matrix. Let's compare it. So we have here just the pitch, as you can see, up and down and left and right. And now let's do another thing here. Let's just have one oscillator playing here in this Unison mode. You could even apply a little bit more. A cool way to make your digital sound more unique and give it more variation, because I think all those details are important at the end. If you listen to your track and you have a lot of different stuff going on, slightly changes here and there, just keeps the track exciting, maybe. Okay, so let's go to the next episode. Okay, so here we have Massive, and you can see it has this dedicated vibrato section. So let's play around quickly. So basically you have two controls, the rate and the depth. Serum doesn't have this vibrato effect section. So there are many different ways doing it because you have a lot of different modulation options here. I'm showing it my way and I think it's the most precise way to control it. So we're taking an LFO, routing it to the coarse pitch of the oscillator. And then, yeah, let's listen. So we have this really strong effect. Let's take it down to maybe 2. And I would recommend you to leave it on the bidirectional type. This would be unidirectional. So bidirectional is more musical because the right pitch is always in the center. Now, of course, you can control your rate. You can also control the depth by taking this down. So, and then of course in Serum you can load in a lot of different presets here, and also, of course, shape your own. I would recommend you using sine wave here. Another thing is I would run it in trigger mode. This means it starts at the beginning and not somewhere in between. For example, let me play. You can see now we are here. Now if I play the next note, it starts from there instead of triggering again from starting point 1. Okay, now it would be cool to have a better way of controlling the depth of this effect. So we're going to the Matrix tab and we see LFO. The amount was 2, and to the coarse pitch, type bidirectional, and now here we can go to our aux source and, for example, we can choose the mod wheel. And now let's play. We do not hear anything. This is because we have to turn up this mod wheel now. Okay, so we can control it this way. And of course we could, for example, like route a macro to the rate and then MIDI learn. Then you touch your knob on your keyboard and now you can play. And control everything with your hands on your keyboard. Okay, so see you in the next episode.
Okay, let's make a bell sound with Serum, and duplicating this track here, and I'm going into it, and I'm starting with the init patch. So taking down the master, let's put up 1 octave and go to the wavetables and select analog BD sine. Okay, very good. And we're going to take the third envelope and sort of go through the wavetables here. And it shall be somehow shaped like this, more or less. I want it to open up and quickly close down again. So I'm putting this one on the wavetable position here, envelope number 3. Decay time a little bit up. And maybe change the shape slightly here. Okay, a second oscillator. We are taking digital FFT at thirds. This one, you see it evolves over time. We're looking for something like what we're getting here in this part. So I'm taking it up 1 octave. I'm leaving the levels here and I'm taking those levels down a little bit. Also go into the first envelope, the one that sends to our amplifier, and we bring it down in the sustain and decay levels here. Decay time to 470 or 500 or something. Sustain a little bit up. Also release up to 200. Activate our filter section, but we're actually going to take an effect. So let's go to MISC and select Reverb. And this is quite interesting. You can enter reverb here. I'm actually putting oscillator B into the filter section as well. Put the cutoff up a little bit. Resonance up as well. So it's getting a bit clearer. And drive up. And now we have a bit of harsh transient. So let's go into the first envelope and put the attack up a little bit, like 6 milliseconds. And we can also think of adding some little percussive feel to it. Instead, if we take a noise and we go to MISC and we take last lid number 3, put the level up a little bit here. Okay, it has to be in one-shot mode and follow the order notes. Pitch down a little bit. It depends. Maybe we don't need that, but it's just an option to get it more percussive. Also, put the oscillator B into unison mode with 7 voices. So 7. And bring the unison detuning a bit down here to 8 o'clock. I'm taking off oscillator A. And we're also selecting one of those warp modes. Let's go to the bend minus. So you can really shape the character of that sound a little bit here, depending on how high you want to play it out. Kind of like it like that. Levels of that one down a little bit. Okay, let's go to the effect section and put in a hyper and dimension tool. Bring down the mix of the hyper and just keep the dimension size at 11 or 10, 11 o'clock and like the mix up to somewhere here, around 11 o'clock. And distortion as well. We are picking the soft clip. Filter stays off. Mix down a little bit. Let's open it up. Let's keep it here. Then also enter a delay. 1/8, 1/8. BPM remains. Feedback down a little bit, was a bit long. Well, you know, let's focus on the mids with the EQ here. Somewhere like that. And the mix can be brought in maybe with a macro control here. Whenever needed, you can add delay, and I'm taking it somewhere not too much high up. So that's an option here. And now we go and put in the compressor, set that one to multi-band mode and gain up a little bit. Threshold down. Gain down a little bit. All right, let's put in a reverb. And if we click on it, it will show down here. Well, let's actually keep the settings. Nice. I'd just keep it that way for now and put in an EQ below that one and just roll off a little bit of those higher frequencies here with the high shelf, the negative high shelf, but go up in the frequency. And we also enter a filter down here, Moog Low 6, put up the drive a little bit and play around with the cutoff. Bring down the drive. Maybe we can use this EQ down here with a bit of a low cut as well. I'm taking down the Q. The frequency down a little bit. Threshold of the compressor up a little bit. Quite an interesting bell sound, I gotta say, but like the most important thing here is using this wavetable here. That one really makes the difference. You can play around with this wavetable position knob and get a different character to it. And then also using a reverb in this filter section here really gets an interesting feeling into the sound as well. If we take that one off. You can always play around with the resonance here. And with the cutoff. So sometimes it's really important where you're putting your knobs. You know, if you go down, it sounds totally different. But it's also nice for creative effects if you want to stop your song at some point and go just like a tape stop effect or something. Well, anyways, let's move on to the next sound. All right, so let's design a future house bass. We are playing this pattern and I'm duplicating this channel here, putting the new one on solo. And we are going to reset. And we're starting with the init patch here. So let's listen in. I'm taking the master down a little bit. First thing, we are taking it down 1 octave here. And now we are looking for a different kind of wavetable. We are looking for spectral. Don't worry about those here. Spectral, you should find that one and take gremlin. And we're taking 2 voices, so unison to 2. And now bring down the detuning knob to 9 o'clock or something. Okay, and let's look for a wavetable position a bit upwards. If we take this into the 3D view. So this is more or less what we are looking for here. And I'm taking another oscillator, oscillator B. And in this one, we are looking for digital, and we are taking the wavetable called ethos. You see, if we browse through that one, we're getting this bit of structure down here. And that one will remain at this octave for now, but we also need some kind of sub below all that. So I'm enabling the sub here and I'm putting it into this shape and bringing it down 1 octave. And let's keep the level for now. Now all this stuff has to go through the filter, so we are activating the filter and we are putting oscillator A, B, and sub in here. And we're taking filter Moog low 18, bit steeper curve here. And now, typical future house is playing around with your fifths. Let's put this one 7 semitones down here. And let's put this one 7 semitones up. Also, we want to take the ethos 5 down and level up. And insert 7 voices here in the Unison. And bring the detuning a bit to 1030. And blend goes down to 11 o'clock. Okay, let's put oscillator A on again. And now the next thing we have to do is take an envelope number 3 in this case, and shape the filter with that one. So I'm dragging this one onto the filter and I'm bringing the filter down to something like 11 o'clock here. And let's play around with the decay and sustain of this envelope. Let's actually put in the values here. So we're going to 1 second with the decay. And also we're taking release time up. And we're increasing this range here on this little arc a little bit, up to 2 o'clock or something. Also, we're adding in a noise oscillator and we're selecting analog bright white and put it through the filter as well. And this one gets controlled by the third envelope as well. So I'm taking the level down all the way, dragging the envelope up onto it. And now I'm bringing down this arc to halfway up, or a bit less, 11. Now let's take a look at our LFO section here. Let's take LFO number 1, put a bit of a pitch here on this first oscillator. So I'm putting some value here in the core section just to have it unidirectional applied. And I'm taking this LFO into some sort of shape like this one here. So it just falls down quickly. And then it's back in pitch, so to speak. And if we put it into envelope mode, it will only do that 1 time while the note is playing. Also, we want to put it into a rate of 32 and drag it up on this coarse level here. Okay, let's put it longer. Put the other ones off quickly. So So we're taking this coarse back to 0. And if I bypass the modulator, so we're getting this little bit of attack on top. And this is what this LFO is doing here. And now we are going to insert a second LFO, and that one will look a bit like the first one, but only like this downward triangle, and we're applying it on the warp mode of oscillator A and also on the warp mode of oscillator B. And I'm selecting this one from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock or something. And we're taking our bend plus algorithm and we're putting it back on. And now you see there's still a problem with the following of this LFO, so I'm putting it into trigger mode actually. So it always triggers when the note is playing. And we can put it to half of the rate. On our first oscillator, we are selecting a mirror algorithm. And we're going down to 1 o'clock with our arc. And wavetable position a little bit down here. Okay, so sub back in there. All right, and let's take a look at the first and amplifier envelope here. That one needs to be adjusted as well. So we are taking down these sustain and decay levels here as well. And we are increasing the release time. Something like that, and decay up. Maybe a bit shorter release time on this third envelope here, and a bit less sustain as well. We're getting those overlaps, and that's why we are going to put it into mono mode and legato, always portamento. Now we can get rid of those overlaps. And we are going to put in a bit of portamento as well. So now it's a bit pitchy sometimes. Release time up a little bit more. And now you can play around with the sustain here. And back to our third envelope, we can play around with the sustain and decay times. All right, so this is the basic setup in the oscillator view, and now we can go into the effects. And here we are starting with hyper and dimension, and bring down the hyper rate and set it into retrigger mode. So we are restarting the unison we are applying here. Mix a little bit up. And dimension expander size down. and mix up halfway. Big difference already. And now let's go to Distortion and activate that one as well. We are taking a tube, put it into post mode. So we are playing it post distortion, our filter. And let's put it up like this, more or less. And bring the mix down to 1 o'clock or something. Okay, and now we are going to put in a compressor here as well, and that one will be set into multi-band mode right away. Attack down, release up, long release time, and gain up. Now you kind of want to automate your filter cutoff a little bit with a macro control. So I'm dragging this first macro here. I'm calling it filter, and can actually bring the cutoff initially down. And let's play around with it. And bring it down even further. Okay, nice. Back to the effects section, and we're going to put an EQ on here as well. A little bit of a low shelf, so something like that. And we're putting in a bit of a high cut here and Q down, frequency up to 9 or something. And now, a bit optional, we have a reverb, and we're putting that one behind our EQ and set it into plate mode, size down, width up. And a high cut up. And also pre-delay down to lowest values. That way you can enter a bit of room into the sound. And now you can play around with the filter. And you could also imagine taking another macro control, putting it on a sustain here, maybe go like halfway of the knob range with your arc, and also put it on the decay, and we'll just apply it slightly here so we can increase decay and sustain times. I'm putting in sustain. So now you have a nice and interesting sound here, future house bass-like, and we used the gremlin, we used the ethos, and we put this one 5 semitones down, that one 7 semitones up, a sub into it, a bit of white noise into it as well, and put all that through the filter, and then big difference arises as soon as you insert the compressor in multi-band mode, then it really starts focusing on the transients. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, so let's design another bass sound here. We are going to play this pattern. I'm duplicating the track and I'm putting up Serum and I'm loading the init preset, and we can get started with the init preset. So first, let's play, take down the master and play it. In Oscillator A, we are going to use a digital wavetable called Cream, this one. And we are going to play around with the wavetable position here. And we're also going to play around with the algorithms for warping here. Let's take Remap 2. And if we go in here, we see what it does. And open it up. And let's put the wavetable position somewhere here. Okay, Unison up 2 voices. Detuning down. And now we are going down by 3 octaves. 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's keep it like that for now and load up Oscillator B. Also go to Digital and look for Gritty, this one. And if we take a look at this thing here, put the wavetable position up to like 10 o'clock and bring that one down 2 octaves. Now we have a nice foundation for a bass here. Very nice and gritty. So sub bass, activate that one as well. And 2 octaves down. Okay, now we can also open up a filter and select MISC German low pass filter, this one. Put B in here as well. Okay, now we need some sort of envelope to control this filter. I'm taking envelope number 2 and I'm dragging it onto the cutoff here. And well, let's go to 9 o'clock and the range until 1 or 2 o'clock, something like this. Maybe a bit further. Okay, shape of the envelope, sustain down. Decay time of shorter, like 400 milliseconds maybe. Sustain up. And release up to more than 1 second. Cool. Also, we are sending the sub oscillator directly out because we want to bypass a couple of effects that are going to be added in now. And let's take a distortion and put it into the soft clip mode and put up the drive to 1 or 2 o'clock here. A bit less, like this, maybe. And also put up a compressor and put that one into multi-band mode. Bring up the gain and play it. Okay, a threshold bit down. Let's take a look at our first envelope quickly here. This one needs to be a bit shorter. Maybe we can go hold it for some milliseconds. That's not really necessary. Let's keep it like this and decay up a little bit. Sustain. And release time a little bit longer. So we're getting rid of this clickiness. 540, something like that. And now we are using an EQ behind that compressor, and it's low shelf, high shelf already activated. Just put those up a little bit here, and the high shelf gain as well. Okay, so if we go back and play around with our filter, resonance down a little bit. Now you can play around with the wavetable positions here. So we could first use a macro to control the cutoff here. So I'm calling that filter. And we could also use another macro to move those wavetable positions both around. And you can also try to play around with this wavetable position here. To shape the character of the sound. But anyways, there's a cool bass sound, and if we take off the compressor, it sounds totally different. So we could also use that one in a different type of context with lower cutoff and less movement on this filter cutoff here as well. It's quite an interesting bass sound. So I'm opening it up a bit. So there we go, some kind of electronic bass sound with cream and gritty. Alright, so we are going to make this poppy kind of pluck sound here, and I'm loading up Serum, init, preset, reset, and we are starting, taking down the master a little bit. Okay, and we are going to analog basic shapes here, and we look for saw wave. So put up this wavetable position to like 10 o'clock. And now we bring up the unison to 3 voices. And detuning down to, well, somewhere like here, between 9 and 10 o'clock. And we are keeping blend and phase and all that. Now we are also loading up a second oscillator. So activate that one and also go to analog wavetables and look for Juno, PWM Juno. And put the unison to 2 voices here. And bring it to more or less the same position in detuning here. And level up a little bit, it's a bit brighter. And now we're moving through this wavetable. Depends a bit on what kind of character you want to give your sound, but I kind of want to use like this shape here in the end. Combine it with our saw wave here. Yeah, and that's a good start for a nice pluck sound, because now we can put in those oscillators into the filter here. Bring that one up. I'm setting it back to 0 to right in the middle of those 2 extreme values here with Command click. Let's take the second envelope here and drag this one onto the filter cutoff. And now we change the shape to something like this. And bring the sustain down to like 5%. And bring release up to 1.3 seconds or something. And now attack time up. Maybe stay at 8 milliseconds here, so we have the slight attack on the movement of this filter. You can also use a low pass 18. So that's even cleaner. And now let's reduce this arc here a little bit. And bring up the cutoff to like 2 o'clock. Maybe reduce it a little further. I kind of want to take a bit shorter decay time, so move this to like 400. And cut off a bit more. Okay, and now we can go to the first envelope here and bring down our sustain and decay around 800, sustain something like -26, and release, of course, up. We want a bit more release time here. And now we can also increase the master volume. I'm actually going to take down the sustain a little more here. And decay as well. Okay, and now we can assign a macro to the cutoff. Call this filter. And maybe, well, maybe start a bit earlier here with our ranges. So now we can control this filter. And we could make another macro for the decay here and for the sustain. So I'm bringing this a bit shorter. And now this is add sustain. So you notice it doesn't really affect much because we actually have to do that as well on our envelope here. So we should kind of do something similar to the envelope for the filter shape as well. You can even bring down the filter a bit more if you're looking more for this pluckiness down here. Okay, so if we go to the effects, let's put in a chorus. So it's getting a lot more of the chorus feel mixed to something like 10 o'clock. And we put in a delay as well. Mix down. bit less feedback, 30% maybe. You can imagine a reverb on top of that, mixed down a little bit here. Maybe try around with the plate. And maybe try around with the high cut here. I want to cut some highs, so put it to 3 o'clock. That's a bit optional, it's not really needed. If you want to have a clear cutting Pluck sound, you might leave the reverb out. So going back, playing around with the filter cutoff. Sort of mainstream kind of Pluck sound for maybe pop productions or something. So let's move on to the next video. Okay, let's make this type of Pluck sound. I'm duplicating this track here and we're going into Serum, init preset, and bring down the master. And we're starting with oscillator A, select analog, BD sine wave. And bring the wavetable position all the way to the right here. And warp mode, we are going to use sync window and a half. So your shape looks more or less like this. And take the first envelope here and bring that one down a little bit. So we have a decay time of say 540 and sustain about -4. And we also activate a filter here and bring down the cutoff. And now we take our second envelope to control this filter again. So you see it opens up this arc here, and I'm bringing that one down to 1 o'clock. And now I'm taking this envelope down like this. Decay time around 600. And now I also want to use the third envelope to control the level of this oscillator. So I'm bringing the level to, let's say 9 o'clock, something like very low. And I'm putting this envelope on top. And we are going something like 1 or 2 o'clock here. And we're also bringing that one down now. That way it just kicks it in and then takes the volume down. It's getting more plucky like that. All right, let's use the second oscillator as well and go to digital and select anti-stasis, this waveform, and play around with the wavetable position. Bit more voices, say 3. Detuning down. And our level goes to 9 o'clock here. And we also apply the third envelope on that level, just the way we are doing it here. And I'm bringing it down here. And now we still have this long tail of this sound, so we are also running it through the filter. Okay, nice. We also put in a noise now. So let's look for misc and take glass lid number 3. We need to put it into the trigger mode here. And maybe have it follow the notes. That sounds nice. Actually, it's taken LFO to control that level here as well. So I'm taking the first LFO and I'm putting some sort of shape like this in there. And I'm putting it into envelope follow mode. But let's bring this down a bit further here. We are not routing the noise through our filter at the moment, but we are going to use the sub oscillator with a sine wave, and we're going to play that one on top. Bring down the level, just mix it in there. And let's put it through the filter. So you have a bit of that feeling, that higher sine wave in there as well. And now let's go to the effects and select the hyper and dimension expander. Bring down the mix for the hyper. And size of dimension a bit down while mix a bit up. And now we notice our noise is a bit too loud, so I'm bringing this one down. Okay, let's put in a compressor and bring up the gain. Threshold. Let's stay around -27 and bring down the attack. And release a little bit as well. That was too much. Actually, take down the mix now. We are not fully using this compressor. And if we open up the filter cutoff, actually we can map a macro on that one now. So we can play around with it here while working on the effects. And let's plug in a reverb. Work on the high cut, 66%. Low cut up as well, 34. Okay, and EQ, and we put it into low cut mode. Bring down the Q here. Frequency. And gain. Okay, if we have it in this way here, can skip the gain. And use the high shelf for the top frequencies. And smoothen the Q. So you see this little bump here. This one disappears. Now we can insert a delay behind that. So I'm dragging this delay down here. Feedback somewhere like 10 o'clock. Bring the mix down. It's actually a ping pong delay. And we are going to shape this one here, this little EQ, more or less like this. And let's take 16th notes. Okay, mix down a little bit, reverb down a little bit. We have a nice organic plucky kind of sound here, and let's check for something quickly. I'm taking off the sub, the noise, and oscillator B. So it sounds like there's some sort of internal clipping going on here. So let's go back to the effects. That might actually be a problem with the compressor. So this way, if we apply the compressor a bit less, we are getting rid of this noise. Add in the other stuff. And now you could also sort of, pitch the glass lid noise to the correct pitch. It's probably easier to have it not follow the notes. Well, maybe it is easier to have it follow the notes. You see, it's also a bit disturbing that way. I kind of like it that way. So let's keep it here and move on to the next sound.
Okay, let's play. Okay, so let's duplicate this one and let's initialize it. Okay, first thing is we're going to take this analog bass drum sine wavetable and we are taking the envelope number 2, shaping the level and the wavetable position of the wavetable. And we want to have a pretty short one. So decay is something around 500. And we're giving it some release and a little bit of attack, but we can fine tune that later. Okay, so now let's listen. Now we are pitching this 1 octave up. Okay, so the next thing is we're taking this reverb effect here again. And this time we're going pretty high with the resonance. Something around 1 o'clock is nice. We're just giving it a little drive. Now pull down the cutoff, and we're taking a macro control and calling that timbre. Okay, let's start to pull this up. We can hear this piano effect. Keep it like this for now, and we're going to the FX section and starting basically with the delays. And let's do a nice stereo trick here. For the left channel, going for 64 and 64 again, but this time dotted, like if you pull this up here, second one. And then we can reduce this a little bit. And now feedback a little bit down and listen what this does. Okay, now let's take a reverb. It's already okay, maybe a little bit more mix. We need some EQ, just cutting the lows and actually with the low cut and adjust the Q. Give it a little higher shelf here. Okay, and then we're just taking another filter here. And maybe we're going to modulate this cutoff here later. Okay, now comes another key thing here. It's the compressor again. We want to have this at first place, and we are running this again in multiband mode and pulling the threshold this way, so upward compression. Let's listen. there's some noise going on. Okay, so now let's support it with a noise sample, and we are taking this classlit one-shot mode, following the pitch it down by 11, and then we just need to modulate this a bit, and rerouting it through the reverb filter here as well. So activate those two knobs here, set the right pitch, and give it a modulation. Okay, let's compare it quick. Okay, what's missing now is we want to have a little automation here on this cutoff, and probably we could take this envelope here. No, we can't, because it's clicking. Let's take an envelope. And then make sure that we have a little bit of attack. And then we are falling down pretty quickly. Having this on envelope mode and probably something like this. Okay, I like it this way. So let's compare again. So what I did is just went to the first envelope, which is controlling the amp, and I shaped it a little bit. I added some release and some decay. Of course, now we have a lot of possibilities and we can support this sound. And one possibility is harmonic morph down here. Finding the right spot here for the wavetable. Of course, we have to modulate the level here. And let's go to another LFO. Taking this one. Okay, and now we could, for example, give it some unison. And we need some attack here. By the way, if you're turning off the oscillator A, you're getting a pretty interesting sound as well. Now, of course, we could assign here another macro called Wavetable. And another thing would be taking the sub, turning down the level. And now we are modulating here this wavetable by taking FM, so frequency modulation from sub. It's down here. And let's solo it quickly. So now let's pitch down the sub oscillator. Interesting sound as well. Okay, let's have a look at the other ones. Really interesting. Okay, let's listen to the short one here as well. You just have to take down the release, decay, and sustain to achieve this short effect. And of course, you're just moving up this filter. Okay, this was a pretty long session. Anyway, let's go to the next sound. So this is the sound we are going to make, and let's have a quick look at it. We can see we are using two oscillators and some effects here. But the key thing here is the noise oscillator. And you can see we loaded up some piano sample. So let's duplicate this one. We're going to initialize preset. So the first thing we have to do is load in this sample. And as you can see, I have a contact player here playing some upright piano, and then I've just recorded this. Here we are resampling. By the way, playing a C4 note had the experience that it sounds better than lower notes. And then I just exported this clip here. And now we can just, first we have to activate the noise oscillator. And now we can just drag and drop this into it. Okay, let's have a listen. First we have to deactivate this, of course. Okay, there we have our piano sound. So, and then we have to make sure that it is on one-shot mode and not on looping mode. And then, of course, we want to have this noise oscillator following the pitch. Okay, now we want to support this sample here. And we are taking our both oscillators, going to basic shapes. And we're taking the filter, routing B through the filter, and again we are activating this keyboard. So now we need some Unison and detune a bit and decrease the level here as well. And let's have a first listen. Okay, so first let's pitch down both oscillators. So and now we have to make sure that the modulations and envelopes are playing right. So we're going to envelope number 2 and routing that one to both levels. Something like that. And then we need something like this. We can increase a little bit the release and we can increase the attack a bit. Okay, and listen. Okay, way better. Then we are moving to envelope number 3, routing this one to the cutoff. And this one we want to have pretty short. Of course, now we have to shape it. So we're going something around 1 second of decay. And we're increasing here the release time as well. And a little bit of the attack time. Okay, let's listen in. Okay, by the way, we could give this sine wave here a little bit more character. So we're going inside of the Wavetable Editor and we are making a sine wave and we are adding some harmonics to it. Okay, now we can go to the LFO and I want to have a little bit of attack on the piano when it's playing. So we're routing this to the level and we're shaping it pretty short and something like this. And of course we need the envelope mode. Okay, now let's add some nice effects, and we're starting with the hyper. And first thing is small size and mix about here. And then we need some compression. This time just simple compression. And as you can hear, we can really shape the transient of our piano and our oscillators here by playing around with the attack. Now let's add the EQ, and we just want to get rid a little bit of the lows. And maybe some high shelf. Of course, we need reverb. Okay, and finally, again, we are taking this filter here, going for the reverb effect. Well, let's apply it just a little bit. Okay, something like this should be nice. Let's go to the first envelope, and we're shaping this a little bit like this. So going down basically just with the sustain, and we can give it a little bit of release and some attack here. Okay, one thing I don't like, it is a bit too clear, so maybe we can wash it up with this Unison here. So as you can see, you can get a lot of different effects here. You can load in any kind of sample here, and then you can just build around some nice oscillators and like have all the same effects afterwards, gluing those sounds together. I think you get the idea, and I will put both presets into the folder. So let's move to the next preset. So this is the sound we're making. You can play chords, single notes, deep notes, cinematic strings, right? And you can also play a pretty high notes. It really has some nice character. This is why I like it. So let's duplicate this track here. Initialize preset. The first steps are pretty basic. We are just activating oscillator B, filter as well. Make sure B is going through the filter. Going a little bit down with the cutoff, then taking envelope 2 and selecting a range. Okay, then we are shaping this envelope, something like this. And let's have a listen. So what we need is more voices. 7 is always a good number. And then take down detune here. Okay, so let's go to the FX section, and we're selecting this reverb. Actually, we're going to play it. We are applying a little bit more of high cut. Okay, then we can add a compressor here, and maybe later we will use it in multiband mode. For now, we just leave it like this, and now comes the magic. We are selecting this reverb effect. It's more an effect than a filter, actually. Increasing here this resonance to about 12 o'clock. And now we have to be really precise. It's something around 40 Hertz. So let's give it a listen. So we're almost there, right? So now we could like increase the range here of the cutoff, or we could activate this multi-band compressor to make it brighter. And if you turn it this way, the threshold, it will react like an upward compression. That means it's going to make the really quiet things louder. And this way here, it works like a normal compressor. So let's pull it down. So, and maybe let's reduce this here a little bit and use it in parallel mode. Okay, so of course now we could assign a macro here to this and select like a small range so we have better control. Just want to show you another thing here. You could also activate the sub oscillator and then you say FM from sub. And you can play around with those different wavetables. You have to, by the way, take down the level, but the sub has to be enabled. Yeah, let's have a listen. Okay, I really like this pulse wave here. And triangle is also nice. We just want to apply it a little bit and let's take the pulse wave again. Something like this, maybe a little bit drier. So another good macro assignment would be the decay of the filter. And you just want to have the possibility to shorten everything. Reverb, filter, decay, and of course this FM, but we just need a small range here. And what else could we do? Of course, we could also go to the compressor. So really powerful tool here, this filter. Adds a lot of character to the sound. I really like it. You can use it in many ways. You can use it always in parallel mode. A lot of possibilities. Let's go to the next preset.
Hey guys, this Production Music Live with a quick sound design tutorial of this Chainsmoker sound with Serum. I'm going to duplicate this track, put it on solo. We have those MIDIs here, and well, stop your screen if you want to copy the pattern, and we are going to open up an instance of Serum and put it into the init patch mode. Also, we have this send reverb, and I'm going to take that down for now. And behind our plugin, we have this EQH. We're going to turn that one off, rolling off the low end here. And I'm also going to turn off the sidechain. Okay, this is how we start. And first, we are going to start with the noise. So we need a bit of white noise in our sound. So we put on one shot mode and we select one of our microchord noises, this one. And now we are going to put up the level and pitch it up a bit. Something like that. And we are going to send the noise to our filter. We are going to deal with the filter later. So the second sound we need is going to be made with Oscillator B. Let's turn it on and select one of those basic shapes here from the analog dropdown. If we go into this view, we can select the right wavetable. We need the pulse wave. So this one. And we have to take down the master volume now. But we're going to put up this volume of Oscillator B. Okay, and we are going to put up the Unison to 4 voices. And we reduce detuning. And blend it out a bit more to 3 o'clock something. Okay, let's check with the other sound. Well, it's still a bit of work to do here. So let's put on Oscillator A and select another pulse wave. So we go to our basic shapes again. And we select this pulse wave and put up the Unison to 2. Level can remain in this position for now. Detuning down a bit. Let's put this one off for a second. And the noise as well. Let's go up 1 octave. So we're going to insert another layer. And now we are also going to play around with a bit of vibrato. So let's put this LFO onto our fine pitch adjustment here and reduce the region that we are playing in. And increase the rate to so now we get this vibrato kind of feeling in there. Let's put on the other oscillator and the noise again. Okay, and we're going to use the sub oscillator as well, and that one is going to play a saw wave. So saw wave in there 2 octaves up. So no, we're not going to use it as sub, but we're going to use it as just another oscillator. Level down a bit. And let's put them all into the filter and actually activate a filter and look for I like this one, German low pass filter, and we can increase the drive of that one. Of course, we can map this cutoff to our macro and also make sure if we go down, it's just the other way around now. So let's take it down and move this one up, and now that sounds quite alright already. Let's check back. So we still need some effects, and we need a bit of envelope shaping here. So attack goes down to 0, and we are going to hold it maybe, I don't know, 100 milliseconds or something. But our decay time goes down. And our sustain goes down as well. Release time up just a bit. Maybe we can put a bit more volume on this higher octave here. Okay, and now we are going to put in a couple of effects. The first one we are going to put in is a compressor. And we are going to put up the gain. Attack down. We want to get rid of those attacky bits, of those transients in the beginning of the sound. Threshold up a bit. Also, we are going to put in the delay, actually behind the compressor. Very simple one, let's keep it that way. And an EQ to get rid of a bit of the low end with a shelf and put in a bit more high end with another shelf. It's really a bit up to you and the context of your track where you're going to use it in. And personally, I wouldn't use this reverb in here. I would use the Ableton reverb, for example, this one, a long 3 seconds long one on our return channel. put it up in there, it sounds a bit better actually than the one from Serum, in my opinion. Of course, and this ducking effect is due to our quarter of a note sidechain compression here. And also we can put in a low cut here. Okay, here we go. There's the sound more or less with Serum. Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with a quick sound design tutorial. So we are talking about this lead pad sound here. And you see we have gliding elements, so we are gliding from one note to another, and we are doing this sound with Serum and we are playing this pattern. So let's go into the track, duplicate it and put it on solo. And, well, basically drag in a new instance of Serum, or delete this one and drag in a new instance. This is how we start from scratch. And we're going to need pulse waves. So, for example, we are going to need a sub-oscillator pulse wave. So we are selecting this pulse wave here, and we're going to take down the level. Put oscillator A off, play it. Okay, and we are going to put it on mono in voicing down here and on legato. Okay, and now, well, actually we could put in the melody pattern down here, so we are always aware of our position in the track, and we put this one up here. Okay, let's put in a bit of Portamento, quite a bit, so like halfway up. That's good, we can put up the master volume. Very nice. And now we are going to select oscillator A and pick out one of those wavetables. Pulse wave medicine head. Put it in the 3D mode here. And put it into Unison mode. 8 voices. Blending down on 3 o'clock. Bit less detuning. Okay, that's already pretty good. Put up the wavetable position. We are going a bit in here. See how it sounds. This is more or less the sound we're looking for. Put the fine tuning up a bit because we're going to use 2 oscillators. We don't want them exactly in the same pitch range. We are just fine tuning them a bit off so it sounds a bit more detuned. And we're going to put in the second oscillator, B, another pulse wave. In this case, we can use Inception. And if we put this into 3D mode, just play this one solo. More voices. Detune it down a bit. And now we are going to play with the filter, selecting this filter, putting in oscillator A, B, the sub oscillator as well, and maybe also our noise. Let's quickly check for noise. Actually use another. I like this this one. So we take this J106 high pass noise, pitch it up a bit of level up there, put the other elements back in there. It's just for the textures. Take down the level of the first oscillator A. And now we have to put in the filter to make our final level decisions here, because we are filtering, we are cutting off some of the high end of the sound. So keep the cutoff up here, put in a bit of resonance. Put up the attack of our first envelope, the one that controls our amp. Okay, and now we can go to the effects section, put in a reverb, put in a delay behind our reverb, and put in an EQ behind both. Well, we can put up the size of our reverb, take the other two effects off for now, a bit of a low cut, up like 30%, damping up quite a bit, so something like 90%, and the width down. Okay, let's put in this delay and take the mix down a bit, but we can keep it that way. Okay, and let's put in an EQ and shelf the low end with a bit more frequencies, up to 800 maybe, and take down the gain here. And do the opposite for the top frequencies. We have a volume automation here with the utility. I'm taking that out quickly. Well, there's basically our sound. Now you can play around with those pulse wave tables here and change the character. So if you put it more towards this end here, you're getting more high frequencies, and this will make your sound a bit lower. And the same is true for the second oscillator here. Depends a bit on what you're looking for. Let's play it in context. Alright, so here we go. This is how we design this pad kind of lead sound with Serum, and I hope to see you next time. Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with a quick sound design tutorial, and someone was asking how to make this LFO kind of pad sound. So we are designing it with Serum in this small tutorial, and we are playing this type of chord here. It's kind of 7th chord. And I'm going to create a duplicate of this track, delete this instance of Serum, and place in a new one, and we can start from scratch. Now with the init patch from Serum, put it on solo. So this is how you get started. It's actually not that far away. We can use this initial saw wave and place on this filter, this low pass filter. And if we play around with the cutoff, it already sounds a bit like what we are trying to achieve just from the init patch with the filter. And we can go ahead and place a LFO on top of it, on top of the filter cutoff, and take the filter cutoff down all the way. And if we go hover over this little headphone here, we can put up the range of our LFO, how much is going to open up the cutoff. So the LFO shape down here determines how we are opening this cutoff. So now we are just opening it up and then we are closing it down. You probably heard that sound before. It's very commonly used, but we need a higher rate, so have it play faster. Something like this, or well, 16th notes sound somehow right, but we need triplets. So we are going to activate the triplets here, and then we are triggering the rate with the T. That sounds about right. And with the smooth parameter over here, we can decide how much LFO we want to use on our filter. So if we open up the cutoff just for presentation reasons, so if you smoothen it up, the LFO is almost not applied. It's just an interesting fact here. So let's go down with the filter again. And now we can beef it up with a couple of more voices. So we put in, say, 4 voices of this saw wave, and it's heavily detuned now. Because if we look at detuning, we see all those voices are quite far away from each other, so we can get them closer to each other, less detuned, less off pitch. And if we put up the blend and have those outer ones be just as loud as the inner ones, we get this nice sound. And if we open up a bit of the drive of this filter, so how heavy it is going to be applied, it's going to sound a bit more interesting and fat. Even clipping a bit, so I'm moving the master volume down. That's nice. Now we can do a bit of automation here. If I assign this, if I use this cutoff filter over here and configure it, so put it into the Ableton chain here, and now we can select it from our automation drop down here. We can open up the filter over time and get this nice effect in there. Okay, now we have to go back into the sound and put down the application of the LFO just a bit. So this is really a decision of you. How much do you want of the filter? I think it sounds more interesting if you have it a bit lower. So or even less opened up. So you can always decide on how much you want to open it up by just going into the automation and deciding how far you want to go. Sounds interesting as well. So also, now we have a bit of a difference between this first LFO pad here and the second one. And that depends a bit on the shape of this LFO curve here. So if we go down and we put it more into shark mode, so something like this, it sounds more plucky in the beginning. Also need to put in the filter automation here. So duplicate envelope. And you can also tell it to trigger from the start. Anyways, this is a quick approach to getting in this LFO pad kind of sound into your track. And it's fairly simple with Serum. As you can see, it's a powerful synth. Making that sound is not too much work. You just put in a bit of voices, put a filter and put an LFO on top, and you're basically good to go. So I hope this answers the question. Subscribe to our channel and I hope to see you next time. Hey guys, this is Production Music Live, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you how to make a pretty basic bass sound for deep house productions or also for techno and electronic music productions. It's a long bass and it has a lot of power inside, and it's very easy to make, for example with Serum. So let's check out how it sounds if we filter it up. So it's this warm and long thing you want to put in there in the back if you're not looking for a rhythmic bass or if you just want this bass layer in there. Let's make this patch from scratch, init preset, and start from the beginning. So we can actually already take this default wave in Oscillator A. Let's quickly listen to how that one sounds. We definitely need a filter on top of that, and I'm going to select this one, MG Low 12 over here, and we need to be sure Oscillator A is routed into the filter. And we take the filter down just a bit over here. And let's also take down the resonance. And that will do for now. Now we need to put up a bit of unison over here. So let's go to unison. We only have one voice playing. Let's play 4. And let's detune them a bit together over here. And with this blend knob, we can also decide how loud all of them are going to be adjusted. And you can see we can play the mid 2 louder than the outside 2, but we can also even it out a bit more. So let's even it out and listen in. That's already closer to what we're looking for. We can add drive over here with the filter. And this clicking is just our sidechain, so I'm taking that off for a minute and also taking off this pass filter here. Okay, so let's put in a sub bass as well. Click on sub over here, we select the sine wave, we're happy with that already, and we're taking it down 1 octave. I'm quickly deselecting the first oscillator so we can hear the sub bass. Notice you really need a subwoofer or headphones to feel and listen this sub bass over here. And since we are clipping down here, I'm taking down the volume a bit. Okay. The next oscillator, this one, is also being used, and we need analog syn. So we need a sine wave over here. Let's listen to it on solo again. Drag up the volume a bit and unison up to 4 as well. And we are blending it down a bit over here as well. This is exactly what we're looking for. We can also put up the attack of the first envelope just a bit to get rid of this clicking. So there we go. This is our basic bass sound. You can go on and do a lot more stuff with effects now, but this is the basic thing. A lot of times it's exactly what I'm looking for to start my track and then get going from there. But I just need this basic layer in the back of my track and I can go on with other elements. So let's play it together with everything else. this sound design tutorial, I'm going to show you how to make a sort of FM type bass in Serum using the noise feature and actually combining an audio file I have and the oscillators of Serum. So what I have here is a bass track with this MIDI you just saw, and I have a kick, a clap and a loop here. And they are just playing this pattern. And that can be found in our D Premium Volume 2 sample pack. So on my Serum track down here, I only have a compressor sidechaining to the kick. And actually, we are going to start from scratch. So I'm going to duplicate this track here. And I'm going to take the compressor off for now. And I'm going to put this in solo mode. Okay, and let's reset this patch, which is out of our Beach Styles pack. And I'm going to the init patch and we start like this. I'm taking down the master. Okay, first we want to take oscillator A an octave down and maybe another one. And let's go into the analog section here and select basic shapes and look for a triangle wave. It's actually the third one here. Make sure you're on a good sound system with sub speakers or headphones. We are going to run this one through a filter here, and I'm going to activate the filter and I'm going to set it to a 24 decibels cutoff here. And we're going to put up the resonance. I'm actually going to bring up the level a little bit. I'm also bringing up this level here. Now, we can combine this sound with a noise sound. And you can see here I have a couple of audio files prepared with noises, FM bass. And let's actually play them quickly. Bringing this level down here. So we have this file here with a bit of a pause in the beginning. And then it starts. And it somehow has a noisy tail here. And that one has the same pause in the beginning and then the tail is cut off. And here I have one starting right away with a bit of noise, and I have another one starting right away without any noise. So let's drag them into Serum and see what it sounds like. Going back to this track here. And it's a cool feature of Serum. You can actually just pick up a wave file here and drag it into your noise section if you activate that one before. So let's drag it in here. So you see now it loads up FM bass. And let's actually play it. I'm going to put the noise on solo. So there are a couple of things we need to do. Bring up the level. And we need to put it into the one-shot mode so it doesn't trigger again. But now we are not playing any other note than the init note here. So let's follow the keys. Okay, and let's try to pitch it up. Let's actually try to match the pitch of this sound with the pitch of this oscillator here. Okay, they're off. So at 13%, as you can see here, now we're in pitch. So now we're starting to mix those sounds together, and well, this one seems to have a longer tail somehow and seems to play a bit longer than the other one. And also, they don't seem to start at the exact same time. There seems to be a little bit of an offset in the beginning. So we could load in one of those files here without anything in the beginning. I'm dragging this one into the noise section. Compare it to this one. Actually, I kind of like that effect. So I want to keep it that way, but you can always adjust the phase here. So what this phase knob is doing, it actually tells you when it starts the sample. So if I move this one up here, we're moving to the right in the sample start position here. So let's see how that sounds. %, seems to be good. And we can also think of using the one without the tail. So let's drag that one in here. Sounds cleaner, but I kind of prefer this sound here, so I'm putting that one in. And I'm going to make these 4 samples available through our website. Check the link in the description. So now we kind of have to match those sounds together. And you can think of gluing them together, for example, with a compressor here in the effect section. If we play around with the threshold and put up the gain. That doesn't seem to be quite enough because we still have a bit longer tail with this oscillator A here. So what we want to do is take an envelope and put it onto the level of this oscillator. So we bring it down all the way, pick up the second envelope and drag it onto the level here. Now we can shape that sound a little, taking the noise off quickly. Shorter decay. More release. And maybe not that far up. Sustain down. Sustain goes down if you want it shorter and more match to this noise here. Put it in. Actually bring it up further. Sustain down. And now we can use the first envelope here to shape the overall output on our amplifier. So I'm bringing that one down as well, but not that much, maybe like this. Because that one will now affect our noise here as well, while this envelope only affected our oscillator A. This one will affect the noise section just as well. So I'm putting the release time up a little bit as well. Maybe decay is a bit long here with 2 seconds. It would work with 1 second as well. down the level of that noise a little bit. And maybe we want a little bit of sub below that, so we can put in a sub oscillator and bring that one down by 2 octaves as well. Level down. Still too much. But that one would also need some kind of envelope shaping here, and you can use, for example, the third envelope. It's also possible to use an LFO. So let's quickly do that as an example. I'm taking the LFO and I'm just treating it like an envelope. I'm putting that one onto this level here. I'm actually going to bring that down and like kick it up in the beginning and then follow this shape here. So we need to put it in envelope mode. It doesn't trigger again if we do that. And the rate goes to like 1 bar. Well, it's kind of slow in going down that way, so let's go back half a bar or a quarter of a bar. Yeah, that seems to be better. Now we can even put in this curve. And now it's disappearing earlier, so let's put it back up. Depends a bit on what you're looking for. I'm dragging it down a little bit. Let's actually go to the effects section here and put in a filter behind everything and use a macro control here on the cutoff. Actually, if we hit Shift Alt mouse, we can put it into unidirectional or bidirectional mode, and I'm going to use it unidirectional like this more or less. And let's call this filter and use 18. Now we don't hear anything. Let's put up the filter again on everything. Let's play around with the resonance here. Could also result in an interesting effect. I'm going to keep it lower and drive down a little more. And let's go back, and we can also play around with the automations of the cutoff here and the resonance here. So for example, taking another LFO and kicking in the resonance will also result in an interesting sound effect. Let's bring that one down here and envelope. Let's actually bring it up further. So this affects now this triangle wave. It doesn't affect the sub because it's not running through the filter. It doesn't affect the noise either. But it's getting more clicky here. And you could also do that with a cutoff. So I'm going to put this LFO here on the cutoff. Something like this. We have to put it into envelope mode, just like we did with this one. Now this sounds interesting if we bring this resonance a little bit back. It's very powerful, pretty much like a kick. We need less sub if we do that here. And well, we use the LFO number 1 to control the sub. So I'm going to bring this one down, down, down. We can actually also control it here on the envelope. So we could also bring this one down. It might also work without the sub with this setting here. Could also draw in more dots here and make that one shorter. If you don't want the sub to play too long. Let's actually play that together with everything else. So. And we should put in the sidechain here because we're always playing with the kick together on the first and second positions. So there's so many interesting things you can do with Serum. You can put envelopes everywhere and you can glue stuff together with the compressor here and use 2 filters, one on only one sound and the other one on everything. And you can also drag in your noises and adjust those phases here and the levels and the pitch. So it's really versatile. It's very interesting.